My husband and daughter planned a surprise party that was actually an intervention. I'm Rebecca, 48, married to David, 51, for 23 years. We have 3 kids. Oldest is Chloe, 21, who just finished college. I've been going through what I guess you'd call a midlife transition. Lost 30 pounds, started dressing differently, took up hobbies I'd always wanted to try but never had time for when the kids were young. I feel better than I have in years, more like myself than I've felt since my 20s. David hasn't been entirely supportive, makes comments about my new clothes being too young for me, says I'm spending too much time at the climbing gym instead of home. But I figured he'd adjust. Marriage is long, people change, you grow together or you don't. I was trying to grow, hoping he'd come with me. 2 weeks ago, Chloe called saying she wanted to plan a surprise party for my upcoming 49th birthday. Said she'd handle everything, just needed me to clear my schedule for Saturday evening. David acted like he knew nothing about it, but he's terrible at keeping secrets, so I assumed he was involved. I was touched that Chloe wanted to do something special. Saturday came. David said we were going to dinner, that I should dress nicely. I put on one of my new outfits, a dress I'd bought last month that actually fit my new body instead of hiding it. David looked at it for a long moment, but didn't say anything. We drove to what I thought was a restaurant, but turned out to be a private event space. When we walked in, I expected party decorations and friends yelling surprise. Instead, there was a circle of chairs like you'd see in a therapy session. My 3 kids were there, David's parents, my sister, my best friend Karen, all sitting in this circle looking somber. Chloe stood up. "Mom, we need to talk. We're worried about you." I still didn't understand. David guided me to a chair in the center of the circle. Everyone was staring at me with these concerned, pitying expressions. Then it hit me. This wasn't a party. This was an intervention. An intervention for what? I asked. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. I'm not... For your behavior, Chloe interrupted. The way you've been acting the past 6 months. It's not normal, Mom. We think you're having some kind of crisis. I looked at David. He wouldn't meet my eyes, just nodded like Chloe was making perfect sense. They took turns, each person in that circle telling me what they'd noticed. That I'd changed too drastically, too fast. That I was dressing inappropriately for my age. That I was neglecting my family for selfish pursuits like rock climbing and the book club I'd joined. That I was acting like a teenager instead of a middle-aged mother and wife. My sister said I'd stopped being reliable, that I used to always be available to babysit her kids, but now I had my own schedule. Karen, my supposed best friend, said she missed the old me, the one who was content with lunch dates instead of wanting to try new restaurants downtown. David's mother said I was embarrassing the family with how I dressed, that women my age should have more dignity, that people were talking about David's wife going through some kind of breakdown. I sat there listening to them list everything I'd done wrong by trying to be happy. Lost weight? That was obsessive and concerning. Started dressing in clothes that fit properly? Inappropriate and attention-seeking. Took up hobbies? Selfish and neglectful. Made new friends at the climbing gym? Suspicious and probably seeking male attention. David finally spoke. Said he'd been patient, given me space to work through whatever this was, but it had gone on long enough. That I needed to acknowledge I was acting out, probably due to hormones or depression. That I needed to see a therapist and get back to being the person I used to be. The person I used to be was exhausted and invisible, I said quietly. The person you used to be was a good mother and wife, David's father added. This new version is selfish. Chloe had printed out something she called a contract, goals they wanted me to work toward. Stop spending money on new clothes, limit gym time to twice a week maximum, prioritize family dinners over book club, see a therapist who specialized in midlife issues for women. At the bottom was a line for my signature. If you can't commit to getting help, David said, we'll have to consider other options. What other options? I've talked to a lawyer. If you continue down this path, I'm prepared to discuss separation. The kids agree that's probably best. I looked at my 3 children. They all nodded. Even my youngest, who's 17, agreed that I needed to change or Dad should leave me. They'd held multiple family meetings about me without me present, made decisions about my life, my behavior, my future. You planned a fake party to ambush me with an intervention because I lost weight and took up rock climbing. It's not just that, Chloe said. You're different. You're not our mom anymore. You're like this stranger trying to be young again. I'm trying to be myself again. Karen spoke up. Rebecca, we're doing this because we love you. Can't you see how worried everyone is? I looked around that circle. 14 people who'd gathered to tell me that being happy was wrong, that changing was wrong, that wanting more from life than cooking dinner and babysitting was selfish and concerning. I stood up. I'm not signing that. David grabbed my arm. Rebecca, sit down, we're not finished. Yes, we are. I'm leaving. He stood in front of the door. If you walk out of here without committing to change, our marriage is over. Then I guess our marriage is over. I pushed past him and left. Drove home in the dress they said was too young for me. In the body I'd worked hard to get healthy, feeling more clarity than I'd felt in months. My family had literally staged an intervention because I'd stopped being the convenient, available, self-sacrificing version of me they preferred. I packed a bag that night. David came home an hour after I'd left the intervention, angry that I'd embarrassed him in front of everyone. Said I was proving their point by acting irrationally. I told him there was nothing irrational about refusing to sign a contract dictating how I should live my life. Where are you going? Somewhere you're not. I've been staying with my cousin 40 minutes away. She's the only family member who wasn't at that intervention, who thinks what they did was insane. The fallout has been immediate and total. David has told everyone I walked out on our family, that I refused help for my obvious mental health crisis. Chloe posted on social media about how hard it is to watch a parent self-destruct, vague enough that people are asking what happened. My sister called saying I'm being selfish and immature, that I embarrassed everyone by refusing to listen to people who love me. Karen texted that she tried to help, and I threw it back in her face, that she'd spent hours with David and the kids planning that intervention because she cared, that real friends tell you hard truths. I blocked her number. David has filed for separation. His lawyer sent papers claiming I abandoned the marriage, that I've been exhibiting erratic behavior for months. They're painting me as unstable, building a narrative where I'm the problem and he's the patient husband who tried everything. My youngest has stopped answering my calls. My middle child sent me an article about women having psychotic breaks during menopause. Only Chloe has maintained contact, calling to ask when I'm going to stop this tantrum and come home. When I told her what they did was wrong, she said I was in denial. Mom, we did this because we love you. Can't you see that? You did this because I stopped being who you wanted me to be. You stopped being yourself. That's what we're trying to help you see. But I didn't stop being myself. I started being myself. For the first time in 23 years, I was prioritizing my health, my interests, my growth. And my family couldn't tolerate it. My therapist, who I've been seeing for 2 months, was appalled when I described the intervention. Said what my family did was manipulative and controlling, that there's nothing wrong with a woman reinventing herself in midlife, that I should be proud of the changes I've made, not ashamed. But David is telling people my therapist is enabling my destructive behavior, that a good therapist would help me see I'm acting out, not encouraging me to continue. I filed my own separation paperwork yesterday, moved from temporary to permanent status. My lawyer says David's narrative about me being unstable won't hold up because I have documentation of my mental health, my employment stability, my rational decision-making. That a judge won't penalize me for losing weight and taking up hobbies, but the damage is already done with my family. David's parents won't speak to me. My sister has chosen his side, says he's the victim here. My kids are angry and confused, convinced I'm having a breakdown because that's what they've been told. The climbing gym friends, the book club women, my newer connections, they're supportive. They see a woman who took control of her health and life, but my family sees a crisis that needs intervention. I've been thinking about that intervention constantly. How much planning went into it? David and Chloe coordinating everyone's schedules, writing up that contract with specific behavioral demands, choosing a private space so I couldn't easily leave. The whole thing was orchestrated to break me down, to make me feel crazy for wanting autonomy. What bothers me most is the fake party. They knew I'd be excited about a birthday celebration. They used that excitement to lure me into a situation where I'd be ambushed and judged. That level of manipulation is chilling. My cousin asked if I'd consider reconciliation if David apologized. I said no. Because this wasn't just him, it was all of them. My 3 kids sat in that circle and told me I was wrong for being happy. That's not something you come back from. I'm 49 years old. I finally have the body I want, the hobbies I enjoy, the confidence I'd lost somewhere in 23 years of marriage and motherhood. And my family staged an intervention because a happy, healthy, independent version of me didn't serve their needs. The climbing gym instructor asked me out for coffee yesterday. I said yes. Not because I'm trying to replace David, but because I'm allowed to have coffee with someone who thinks my new life is impressive rather than concerning. David will call it proof I was having an affair all along, that the behavior changes were about a man. Let him. I know the truth. Should I have stayed and tried to explain myself better at that intervention? Should I work on reconciliation with my kids, even though they participated in ambushing me? Or was walking out the right choice, proving I won't accept being controlled by people who claim they're just trying to help? My adult children secretly moved my elderly mother into a nursing home while I was on vacation. I'm Jennifer, 47, single mother who raised 3 kids on my own after my husband left when they were young. My mother Eleanor, 76, has been living with me for the past 8 years since my father died. She's been declining slowly, some memory issues, mobility problems, but nothing that required professional care. I managed her needs while working full-time and never complained because she'd done the same for me when I was struggling as a single parent. My kids are all adults now. Ethan, 26, Sarah, 24, and Kyle, 21. They've all moved out, have their own lives and careers. They visit regularly, have always gotten along well with their grandmother. She helped raise them, was there for every school event when I had to work. We're a close family, or I thought we were. Last month, my boyfriend Mark surprised me with a week-long trip to Hawaii. First real vacation I'd had in years. I was hesitant about leaving Mom, but the kids insisted they'd take turns staying at the house with her. Ethan said he'd take the first 3 days. Sarah would cover the middle. Kyle would finish the week. They had a whole schedule worked out. Made me feel guilty for even worrying. I left on a Saturday, feeling grateful my kids were so responsible. Called home every evening to check in. Ethan said Grandma was fine. They'd been watching movies together. Sarah reported the same, said Grandma seemed in good spirits. Kyle barely answered when it was his turn, but texted that everything was under control. I relaxed, enjoyed the vacation with Mark. First time in 8 years I'd had a break from caregiving. When I got home Sunday afternoon, the house was quiet. Too quiet. I called for Mom. No answer. Checked her bedroom. It was empty. All her things were gone. The medical equipment, her clothes, the photos she kept on her nightstand. The room had been cleaned and stripped, like she'd never lived there. I called Ethan in a panic. He answered, sounding nervous. Said they needed to talk, that all 3 of them would come over. They arrived within an hour, looking guilty but also defensive. Sat me down in my own living room and told me they'd moved Grandma into a nursing home while I was gone. What do you mean you moved her into a nursing home? Sarah spoke first. Mom, you've been her caregiver for 8 years. You never have time for yourself. You turned down the promotion last year because it would mean longer hours away from Grandma. You don't date seriously because you're always worried about her. We decided it was time. You decided? This is my mother, my house. You had no right. Ethan jumped in. We had every right. We're her grandchildren and we care about you. You've sacrificed your entire life for everyone else. First raising us alone, then taking care of Grandma. When do you get to live? I am living. Taking care of my mother isn't a sacrifice. It's what family does. Kyle, the youngest, said quietly, We talked to a social worker. She said Grandma would qualify for nursing care, that keeping her home was actually selfish if you couldn't provide professional support. I was shaking with anger. You talked to a social worker about my mother without telling me? They'd been planning it for months, apparently. Started researching facilities last fall. Talked to social workers and elder care specialists. Met with administrators at various nursing homes. Found one they liked. Filled out the application. Got her approved for admission. All while I thought they were just being supportive adult children. The week I was in Hawaii wasn't about giving me a vacation. It was about getting me out of the house so they could move Mom without my interference. They'd packed her belongings, hired movers, transported her to the facility, signed the paperwork. My mother was now a resident of Meadowbrook Senior Living, and I'd had no say in it. Which one of you signed the admission papers? You're not her medical power of attorney. I am. Ethan looked uncomfortable. Grandma signed them herself. We explained that she'd be safer there, that you were overwhelmed, even if you wouldn't admit it. She agreed. She agreed because you convinced her she was a burden. Did you tell her I wanted this? Silence. Did you tell my mother I wanted to put her in a nursing home? Sarah finally admitted they'd implied I'd been discussing it for months, but was too guilty to follow through. That moving her while I was away was a way to make a hard decision easier for everyone. They'd lied to my mother. Told her I wanted this, but couldn't bear to do it myself. I went to Meadowbrook immediately. Found Mom in a small room with a roommate, looking confused and upset. When she saw me, she started crying, asked why I'd abandoned her. I explained I hadn't, that I'd been on vacation and the kids had done this without my knowledge. She said they'd told her I needed space, that I'd been wanting her to move out but didn't know how to ask. Jenny, if I was too much trouble, you should have just told me. I never wanted to be a burden. You're not a burden. You're my mother. This was not my decision. I tried to bring her home that day, but the administrator said it wasn't that simple. Eleanor had signed a contract. There were procedures for early termination. I'd need to give 30 days' notice and possibly pay penalties for breaking the agreement. My mother was legally a resident now and couldn't just leave. I called a lawyer. He reviewed the paperwork and said while the situation was unusual, if Eleanor signed voluntarily and was deemed competent at signing, the contract was valid. I could challenge it, argue she'd been coerced or misled, but it would take time and money. The faster solution was to comply with the 30-day notice and penalty fees. That 30-day period was hell. I visited Mom every day. She was miserable there, said. The staff was nice, but she didn't belong in a nursing home. She belonged home with me. Her roommate was confused and sometimes aggressive. The food was institutional. She'd lost weight, wasn't sleeping. My vibrant mother was declining rapidly in that facility. I brought her home exactly 30 days after my return from Hawaii. Paid the penalty fees, signed the discharge papers. Ethan, Sarah, and Kyle were furious. Called me selfish. Said I was choosing martyrdom over accepting reasonable help. That I was enabling my own stagnation by clinging to the caregiver role. Sarah said I had serious codependency issues, that my identity was too wrapped up in taking care of other people. Ethan accused me of denying Mom professional care because I needed to feel needed. Kyle said I was wasting my life and would regret it when I was old and alone because I'd pushed away everyone except Grandma. You didn't push me away. You stole my mother and locked her up so I'd be forced to have a life you approve of. We gave Grandma access to better care and gave you freedom. You're choosing to reject both. Their conviction that they'd done the right thing was unwavering. They genuinely believed moving Mom into a nursing home without my knowledge or consent was an act of love, that they'd saved me from myself. Mark, my boyfriend, agreed with them, said the vacation had shown him how much lighter I was without caregiving responsibilities, that bringing Mom back was a mistake driven by guilt rather than reason. We broke up 2 weeks later when I refused to reconsider nursing care. Mom's been home for a month now. She's recovering from the trauma of those 30 days. Gained back some weight, sleeping better. But she's different now, more anxious. Worries I'll leave for a day and come back to find she's been moved again. Doesn't trust her grandchildren anymore. Neither do I. Ethan sends articles about caregiver burnout. Sarah texts suggesting I talk to a therapist about my need for control. Kyle barely contacts me at all, says I made my choice and he's done trying to help. They've collectively decided I'm irrational and damaged, that my refusal to put Mom in a nursing home proves I need intervention. My brother called from out of state after the kids told him what happened. He sided with them, said they'd been brave to make a hard decision I couldn't make, that keeping an elderly parent at home when nursing care is available is often more about the adult child's needs than the parent's best interests. But Mom doesn't want nursing care. She wants to be home with me, and I want her here. The kids see codependency. I see family loyalty. They see me sacrificing my future. I see me honoring the woman who sacrificed her future for me when I was a struggling single mother. Mom's doctor says she's fine at home with my care, that nursing facilities are for people who need more support than family can provide, and that's not us. But my kids found a doctor who'd say, Mom needed professional care, so now it's a battle of medical opinions. The question keeps me awake at night. Were my children trying to save me or control me? Did they move my mother into a nursing home out of genuine concern, or because my role as caregiver inconvenienced their image of who I should be at 47? Should I forgive them for taking away my mother without permission? Should I consider that maybe they saw problems I couldn't see? Or should I accept that sometimes your children grow up to become people who think they know better than you about your own life, and the only response is to protect yourself and the people you love from their interference? My family used my therapy session recordings to create an intervention roast. I'm Brian, 50, been in therapy for 3 years working through depression and anxiety issues. My therapist, Dr. Chen, records our sessions with my permission, so I can review them later, process what we discussed. The recordings are stored on a secure patient portal that only I have access to, or so I thought. My wife Denise, 48, and I share devices sometimes, and apparently she figured out my portal login months ago. I had no idea she'd been listening to my therapy sessions, no idea she'd downloaded them, no idea she'd shared them with our kids, Ryan, 24, and Kelsey, 21. Definitely no idea they'd been using my recorded therapy sessions as source material for what they called a loving intervention. Last Saturday was my 50th birthday. Denise said she'd planned a small dinner party with family. Just my brother, my parents, our kids, her sister. Intimate celebration, she said. When I got home from work Friday, the house was decorated for a party. I assumed this was the dinner setup, thought it was nice Denise had put in effort. Saturday evening everyone arrived. We had dinner, normal conversation, cake. Then Denise said she'd prepared a special program for after dessert. Everyone moved to the living room where she'd set up a screen and projector. I figured we were watching old family videos, maybe embarrassing childhood footage. That's normal birthday party stuff. Denise dimmed the lights and started a presentation. The first slide read, Brian's Journey, an intervention of love. My stomach dropped immediately. "Brian, we've all been concerned about you for years. Tonight we're going to share what we've learned and help you see yourself clearly so you can finally get better." The presentation was a video compilation, clips from my therapy sessions with Dr. Chen, edited together with commentary from my family. They'd taken my most vulnerable moments, my rawest admissions, my struggles with self-worth and depression, and turned them into a PowerPoint presentation with analysis from people who aren't therapists. The first clip showed me crying in a session, talking about feeling like a failure as a provider because Denise makes more money than I do. The video cut from my sobbing to Ryan on camera saying, "Dad's fixation on being the breadwinner is outdated and honestly, kind of pathetic. He needs to accept that Mom's success doesn't diminish him." Another clip showed me discussing my father's emotional distance and how it affected my ability to connect with my own kids. Cut to Kelsey saying, "Dad's using Grandpa as an excuse for his own emotional unavailability. At some point, you have to stop blaming your parents and take responsibility." A third clip showed me admitting to Dr. Chen that sometimes I felt invisible in my own family, like everyone had their own lives and I was just there. Cut to Denise saying, "Brian's self-pity is exhausting. He manufactures feelings of exclusion to justify his depression instead of actually engaging with us." For 45 minutes, they played clips of my therapy sessions interspersed with family members critiquing my mental health struggles, analyzing my issues, offering their unqualified opinions about what I needed to do to get better. My parents watched silently, looking increasingly uncomfortable. My brother kept glancing at me with concern. But Denise, Ryan, and Kelsey seemed proud of themselves, like they'd created this brilliant intervention tool. When the presentation ended, Denise said, "We did this because we love you, and you need to hear hard truths. You've been in therapy for 3 years, and you're not getting better. Maybe if you see yourself through our eyes, you'll finally understand what needs to change." I sat there in shock. My family had secretly accessed my confidential therapy recordings, edited them into a video, and presented them to relatives at my birthday party as an intervention. "How did you get those recordings?" "I logged into your patient portal. Your password was easy to figure out. I've been downloading sessions for 6 months. Those are confidential medical records. They're conversations you had that affect our whole family. We have a right to understand what's going on with you." Ryan jumped in. "Dad, don't make this about privacy. This is about you refusing to take responsibility for your mental health. We've been listening to you complain to your therapist for months. Meanwhile, we're the ones actually dealing with you every day." Dealing with me? Living with your depression, your negativity, your constant need for validation. It's exhausting. Maybe if you heard how you sound, you'd realize why we're frustrated." Kelsey added, "The therapy recordings made us understand why you're the way you are. But understanding doesn't mean accepting. You need to change, Dad. 3 years is long enough to wallow." I looked at my parents. My father finally spoke. "I didn't know this was what tonight was about. Brian, did you know they'd been accessing your therapy sessions?" "No, I had no idea." My mother looked at Denise. "This seems invasive. Those are private medical conversations." Denise got defensive. "Private? Brian's mental health affects all of us. His depression isn't just his problem, it's a family problem. We needed to understand what we're dealing with so we could help him." I left. Walked out of my own birthday party, got in my car, drove to a hotel. Denise called immediately, said I was proving their point by running away instead of accepting their help. Ryan texted that I was being dramatic. Kelsey sent a long message about how they'd worked hard on the presentation, that leaving was disrespectful. My brother showed up at the hotel an hour later, said he'd left right after me, that what they'd done was wrong, that accessing someone's therapy recordings without permission was a serious violation, regardless of motivation. Did you know they were planning this? No. Denise told me it was a birthday party. I had no idea they'd been listening to your therapy sessions. I called Dr. Chen's emergency line, explained what happened. She was appalled, said this was a serious breach of confidentiality and patient privacy. That even though I'd shared my portal login inadvertently, Denise had no right to access those recordings, let alone share them with others. Dr. Chen reported the breach to her clinic's legal team. They're investigating how Denise accessed the portal and whether the clinic's security protocols were followed. She's also required to report the breach to medical privacy authorities, since protected health information was improperly accessed and distributed. Denise is furious I involved Dr. Chen's clinic, says I'm making a legal issue out of a family matter, that they were trying to help me and I'm punishing them for caring. Ryan and Kelsey have been posting vaguely on social media about ungrateful family members who reject help from people who love them. My parents came to the hotel 2 days after the party. My mother apologized for not stopping the presentation sooner, said she'd been too shocked to react properly. My father said what Denise did was wrong, that therapy is private for a reason, that presenting someone's vulnerable moments to an audience isn't help, it's humiliation. But she thinks she was helping, my mother added. She's genuinely convinced this was a loving intervention. She secretly accessed my medical records for 6 months, edited my therapy sessions into a video, and played it at my birthday party. That's not help. That's violation. My brother consulted with a lawyer friend, said I potentially have grounds for a lawsuit against both Denise and the clinic, depending on how she gained access. That distributing someone's medical records, even within a family, is illegal. But suing my wife would mean divorce proceedings, legal battles, complete family destruction. I moved into my brother's guest room. Haven't been back to the house. Denise keeps calling, saying she'll delete the video if I come home, that we can work through this. But she won't acknowledge that what she did was wrong, just that my reaction is disproportionate. Ryan sent an email doubling down on the intervention logic. Said my therapy clearly wasn't working since I'm still depressed after 3 years. That they'd hoped showing me my patterns would motivate change. That I'm wasting time and money on therapy that isn't helping. And their intervention was an attempt to break me out of therapeutic complacency. Kelsey has been the only one to express something like remorse, called crying. Said she hadn't realized how invasive the presentation was until she saw my face during it. That Denise had framed it as a helpful intervention, and Kelsey hadn't questioned whether accessing the recordings was appropriate. But she still thinks the core idea was valid, just the execution was flawed. Dr. Chen said, this has happened before in her practice. Family members accessing patient portals and using therapy content against patients. It's why she now requires 2-factor authentication and regular password changes. But I'd never imagined my wife would violate my privacy this way, so I'd been careless with security. The clinic's investigation found that Denise had been logging into my portal using my laptop, which had stored credentials. Technically my fault for not logging out and not enabling 2-factor authentication. But the clinic still considers it a serious breach, since she accessed recordings without patient knowledge and distributed them to third parties. Denise's narrative to extended family is that she was trying to help her depressed husband, who wasn't getting better despite years of therapy. That she thought showing me objective evidence of my patterns would create breakthrough moment. That I'm overreacting because I can't handle truth about my mental health. My narrative is that my wife secretly accessed confidential medical records, edited my most vulnerable therapeutic moments into a presentation, and played it for family members at my birthday party. That this wasn't help, it was betrayal disguised as concern. The video still exists. Denise claims she deleted it, but Ryan admitted he has a copy. Said it's too valuable as a tool for Dad's healing to permanently erase. Which means my therapy sessions could surface again any time they decide I need another intervention. Should I pursue legal action against Denise for accessing my medical records? Should I try to salvage a marriage with someone who violated my therapeutic privacy? Or should I accept that some people genuinely believe violating boundaries is acceptable if they frame it as love, and the only response is to protect yourself from further violation? My husband and son have been secretly editing my published novels to fix them. I'm Christine, 53, published romance novelist under the pen name C.M. Hartley. I've written 14 books over the past 12 years, modest success, dedicated readership. Nothing bestseller level, but I make decent money and love the work. My husband Paul, 55, has always been supportive, or so I thought. Our son Derek, 28, works in tech and has always shown interest in my writing process. 3 weeks ago, I got an email from a confused reader. She'd bought my latest novel, Autumn's Promise, both in paperback and ebook format. Said the versions were significantly different, wanted to know which was the real version. I was baffled, contacted my publisher. They confirmed both versions should be identical, sent me files of what was actually being distributed. The ebook version had been altered. Not typos or formatting errors, but substantial content changes. Entire paragraphs rewritten, dialogue modified, character motivations shifted. My prose style smoothed out into something more generic. Sex scenes that I'd written with careful emotional nuance had been edited to be more explicit and less character-driven. I hadn't made these changes. My publisher hadn't made these changes. But someone with access to my manuscript files had edited the ebook version before publication. The paperback still had my original text because those files had been locked earlier in the process. But the ebook, which goes through a different production timeline, had been altered. I checked my computer, found hidden folders I didn't remember creating. Inside were versions of all my recent manuscripts labeled Clean Final and dated just before I submitted them to my publisher. I opened them. Every single one had been edited without my knowledge. My Before Dawn novel, which was about a woman's quiet journey of self-discovery, had been rewritten to add an unnecessary love triangle. My Winter's Edge book, where I'd deliberately written an ambiguous ending, had been given a conventional happy resolution. My Scattered Light novel, which explored complicated family dynamics, had been simplified to focus almost exclusively on the romance plot. Someone had been systematically rewriting my books, and I'd never noticed because I don't typically reread my novels after publication. I trust my publisher to release what I submitted. Except, what I submitted had been altered between my final draft and their receipt. I checked my computer's user logs. 2 accounts had access besides mine, Paul's and Derek's. They both used my laptop occasionally for various reasons. I'd never thought twice about giving them access. That evening, I confronted them directly. Have either of you been editing my manuscript files? The look that passed between them told me everything. Derek spoke first. Mom, we were trying to help. Your books are good, but they could be more commercially successful with some adjustments. What adjustments? Paul took over. Your writing is literary for the romance genre. You focus on internal character development when readers want more plot and passion. We've been optimizing your manuscripts to better fit market expectations. Optimizing my manuscripts? You've been rewriting my books without my knowledge or permission? They'd been doing it for 3 years. Started with my 9th novel when Derek developed software that could compare my manuscripts to best-selling romance novels, identify patterns in successful books, and suggest changes to make my writing more commercially viable. We'd read your final drafts, Derek explained, run them through my algorithm, implement the suggested changes, then submit the edited version to your publisher. You got better reviews, better sales. We were helping your career. You were changing my work without telling me. We were improving it, Paul insisted. Look at your sales figures from before we started helping versus after. You've nearly doubled your readership. He pulled up a spreadsheet showing my book sales. He was right that sales had increased over the past 3 years, but those increased sales were for books I hadn't fully written. Readers were responding to Paul and Derek's edits, not my actual work. Do you understand that what you did is fraud? You altered creative work and passed it off as mine. Derek got defensive. We didn't change the core story. We just refined the execution, made the dialogue snappier, the romance more prominent, the pacing faster. Everything a commercial romance needs. Everything you decided a commercial romance needs. Did it occur to you that I was deliberately writing different types of romance? That my slower pacing and character focus were intentional choices? Paul said those choices were holding me back from real success. That I was too precious about my prose, too resistant to market realities. That as my husband, he'd been trying to help me achieve the success I deserved, even if I was too stubborn to make necessary changes myself. So you made changes behind my back for 3 years. We were waiting for the right time to tell you. Once you saw how much better the books performed with our edits, we thought you'd be grateful. I contacted my publisher immediately, explained that the ebook versions of my last 5 novels had been altered without my knowledge or approval by family members with access to my computer, that I wanted the original versions restored. My editor was stunned, said this was unprecedented, that they'd never had an author's work secretly edited by family members before publication. Legal wanted to know if I was planning to sue Paul and Derek. I didn't know yet. Right now I just wanted my books fixed, but it wasn't simple. The altered versions had been out for years. Readers had reviewed them, recommended them, fallen in love with versions of my books I didn't write. My publisher could release the original versions, but readers who'd already purchased the ebooks would be confused by suddenly different content. We decided to release author's original editions of the 5 affected novels, with prefaces explaining that previous versions had been editorially altered without my knowledge. It was embarrassing admitting my family had been rewriting my books, but transparency seemed better than silently swapping versions. The response from readers was mixed. Some were outraged on my behalf, said what Paul and Derek did was a violation of artistic integrity. Others admitted they preferred the edited versions, that my originals were slower and less satisfying. A few said the edited versions were what made them fans, and they were disappointed to discover I hadn't actually written the books they'd loved. One reviewer wrote, "I've been following C.M. Hartley for years. Apparently I've been following her husband and son's edits, not her actual work. The original versions of these novels are beautiful, but they're not the books I fell in love with. I don't know how to feel about this." That comment devastated me. Readers had connected with Paul and Derek's versions, not mine. My actual writing, when finally released in original form, was being compared unfavorably to my family's unauthorized edits. Paul insists this proves his point. Readers prefer our versions. That's the market telling you something. We were right to make changes. You were wrong to make changes without my consent. That's not a market question. It's an ethics question. Derek has been less defensive, admitted what they did crossed lines. But he also stands by the quality of the edits, says his algorithm identified genuine weaknesses in my manuscripts, and he was just helping fix them. I wasn't helping without permission, he clarified. I was editing. That's different. Editing someone else's work without their knowledge is not editing, Derek. It's alteration and fraud. My agent is advising I sue them both. Says what they did potentially violates multiple laws related to fraud, copyright, and publishing contracts. That even though they're family, this was serious enough to warrant legal consequences. But suing my husband and son means public proceedings, more embarrassment, family destruction. Paul is threatening divorce if I pursue legal action, says he won't stay married to someone who'd take him to court over trying to help. My publisher wants to use this situation as a cautionary tale about protecting manuscripts. They've asked if I'd be willing to do interviews about what happened. I declined. Having readers know my family rewrote my books is humiliating enough without discussing it in media interviews. The Authors Guild reached out after my publisher mentioned the situation to industry contacts. Said this kind of unauthorized editing by family members is more common than people think. That controlling spouses and relatives often help in ways that cross into violation. Derek's algorithm still exists. He's offered to let me use it going forward, says, if I just accept that the edits improved my work, we can collaborate openly on future books. He genuinely doesn't understand why I'm angry instead of grateful. Paul keeps pointing to sales figures, says the 3 years of edited books were my most commercially successful, that I should be thanking them for boosting my career instead of punishing them for helping. I didn't ask for help. You changed my creative work without my knowledge or consent for 3 years. And you got better sales, better reviews, and a stronger career because of it. You're welcome. My next novel is due in 6 months. I've changed all my passwords, removed Paul and Derek's access from my devices, enabled encryption on my files. But I can't shake the paranoia that somehow they'll still find a way to alter it before publication. Worse, I keep second-guessing my own writing now. When I write a scene with quiet character development, I wonder if it needs more plot. When I craft careful dialogue, I wonder if it should be snappier. Paul and Derek have gotten in my head, made me question my own voice. My readers are divided. Some say they'll only read my original versions going forward, that they want real C.M. Hartley books. Others admit they miss the edited versions, that my actual writing doesn't hit the same way. A few have stopped reading entirely, too confused by the situation. Should I pursue legal action against my husband and son for 3 years of secretly rewriting my novels? Should I accept that their edits demonstrably improved my commercial success, even though they violated my creative autonomy? Or should I acknowledge that some betrayals, disguised as help, reveal that family members value your success more than your voice? My husband and teenage son created a fake social media account to catfish and humiliate me. I'm Michelle, 43, married to Greg, 45, for 18 years. We have 2 sons, Brandon, 16, and Tyler, 13. I've been feeling invisible lately in my own marriage. Greg works long hours, barely looks up from his phone when he's home. The boys are typical teenagers, absorbed in their own worlds. I've mentioned feeling lonely, disconnected. Greg always says he's just tired from work, that this is normal for marriages at our stage. 3 months ago, I joined a local book club to meet new people and have something for myself. Started using Instagram more to follow authors and connect with other readers. It was nice having interests outside of being someone's wife or mother. Greg made comments about me being on my phone too much, which felt hypocritical since he's glued to his constantly. 6 weeks ago, someone named Jake started following me on Instagram. His profile showed a handsome guy around my age. Profile said he was divorced, into hiking and reading. He liked several of my book posts and eventually sent a message asking for recommendations. We started chatting about books, then about life. He seemed interested in what I had to say, asked questions about my thoughts and experiences. I knew it was slightly inappropriate. He was clearly flirting, and I was responding, enjoying the attention. But I justified it as harmless. We were just talking, nothing physical. He lived in another city, supposedly. It felt good to have someone interested in my opinions, someone who actually listened, instead of scrolling through their phone while I talked. The messages got more personal over the following weeks. Jake said I seemed like someone who deserved better than feeling invisible, that anyone who didn't appreciate me was a fool. He asked for more photos, said he loved seeing me smile. I sent some selfies, nothing inappropriate, just normal photos of me at the coffee shop or walking in the park. Photos where I'd made an effort with my appearance because it felt nice to be seen. Then Jake suggested we meet in person, said he had business in my city next week, would love to take me to dinner. I hesitated for days. This was crossing a line from online flirtation to actual meeting. But I was so starved for attention, for feeling attractive and interesting to someone, that I agreed. We set a date for last Friday at a restaurant downtown. I told Greg I was meeting the book club, got dressed up, actually cared about how I looked. Drove to the restaurant, excited and nervous. Sat at the table Jake had said he reserved. Waited 20 minutes. He texted saying he was running late, asked me to wait at the bar. I moved to the bar, ordered a drink, kept checking my phone. Then I got a text from Greg. Looking for Jake? My stomach dropped. I turned around and saw Greg walking toward me. Behind him was Brandon, my 16-year-old son, holding up his phone recording me. Behind them was Tyler with a camera. Greg sat down next to me. Jake's not coming, because Jake doesn't exist, because Jake is me and Brandon. I couldn't process what he was saying. What? We created Jake, the profile, the messages, all of it. Brandon helped me set it up. We wanted to see if you'd actually cheat if given the opportunity. Guess now we know. Brandon was still recording, capturing my confused and humiliated expression. Tyler looked uncomfortable, but was following his father's lead. Other people in the restaurant were starting to notice, staring. You catfished me? You and our teenage son? We ran an experiment to test your loyalty. You failed. You were going to meet another man for dinner. You got dressed up, lied to me about where you were going. You were ready to cheat. I wasn't going to cheat. I was meeting someone I thought was a friend who actually listened to me. A friend you sent photos to. A friend you flirted with for weeks. A friend you agreed to meet for dinner behind my back. That's called emotional cheating at minimum, physical cheating if we hadn't stopped it. Brandon chimed in. Mom, you were totally going to hook up with this guy. We have all the messages. You were definitely into him. I looked at my 16-year-old son, who'd spent weeks pretending to be a man interested in his mother, who'd helped his father manipulate and trap me. Brandon, how could you do this? Dad said you'd been acting weird, on your phone all the time, getting dressed up more. He thought you were having an affair. We proved he was right. People were definitely watching now. The bartender looked concerned. Greg seemed pleased with himself, like he'd solved a mystery. Brandon was practically smug. Only Tyler looked like he understood this was wrong. So, instead of talking to me about feeling neglected, you created a fake person to seduce me and humiliate me publicly. I gave you an opportunity to stay faithful. You chose not to. That's on you. I left the restaurant, drove home shaking with rage and humiliation. How many weeks had they been doing this? Had they laughed together reading my messages? Had Brandon shown his friends the texts from his mom, flirting with a fake profile his dad created? When Greg and the boys got home an hour later, I was in the bedroom packing a bag. Greg tried to act like nothing had happened, like we just had a normal Friday evening. Asked what was for dinner. I'm leaving. You're leaving? You're the one who was about to cheat and you're leaving me. You spent 6 weeks catfishing your own wife with our son's help. You recorded me in a restaurant waiting for someone who doesn't exist so you could humiliate me publicly. Yes, I'm leaving. Where's the accountability for your actions? You were emotionally cheating. I was talking to someone I thought actually cared about what I had to say. Someone who asked about my day and listened to the answer. Turns out that someone was you pretending to be interested in me. Brandon tried to defend his father. Said they'd been protecting the family by exposing me before I did real damage. I asked him if he understood how twisted it was to help catfish his own mother. He said it was no different than a sting operation, that sometimes you have to trap people to reveal their true character. I've been staying with my sister for 2 weeks. The video Brandon recorded has been shared with Greg's family. His mother called me a disgrace. His brother said I got what I deserved for trying to cheat. They all see me as the villain, the wife who was caught before she could destroy the family. My sister is horrified. Said what Greg and Brandon did is psychological abuse, that manufacturing a fake person to seduce me, then publicly shaming me for responding is cruel and manipulative. That if Greg was concerned about my behavior, he should have talked to me like an adult, not run a sting operation with our teenage son. I talked to Tyler yesterday. He came to my sister's place, said he wanted to apologize, that he didn't think recording me was right, but Dad and Brandon insisted it was necessary. That Dad had been planning this for months, convinced I was having an affair because I joined the book club and started caring about my appearance again. Mom, I heard them planning it. Dad told Brandon they needed to create someone perfect for you, someone who'd give you everything Dad doesn't. Then when you took the bait, they'd have proof you were disloyal. Brandon thought it was cool, like they were detectives. Did it ever occur to either of them that maybe I was responding to Jake because Greg stopped paying attention to me months ago? Tyler said he'd tried to make that point. That maybe if Dad talked to Mom instead of creating fake profiles, things would be better. Greg told him he was too young to understand how marriage works, that women who stray will always find excuses. The worst part is the messages. I've been rereading them, seeing Greg and Brandon's manipulation in every line. Jake asked what I felt was missing in my marriage. I'd answered honestly, vulnerably, talking about feeling invisible and unappreciated. They'd used my pain as evidence against me, as proof I was looking for an affair rather than proof I was desperate for connection. Greg has filed for separation. His lawyer sent papers claiming I'd been having an emotional affair, that I'd met with a lover behind his back. The evidence is the messages and the video from the restaurant. My lawyer says the fact that Jake wasn't real might not matter legally, that my intent to meet someone for dinner after weeks of flirtatious messages could still be considered infidelity. Brandon posted a vague message on social media about trust and loyalty, clearly about me, though he didn't name me. His friends commented with supportive messages about him being strong during family difficulties. My son is getting sympathy for helping his father catfish and humiliate me. Tyler refuses to go home, says he can't live with Dad and Brandon anymore, that what they did was wrong and he won't pretend it wasn't. Greg is now angry at me for turning Tyler against him, when really Tyler just has a functioning moral compass. My book club found out what happened. Several members reached out, saying they'd suspected I was unhappy in my marriage, that they'd seen how I lit up talking about books and ideas in a way I didn't when talking about home life. One woman said her husband had done something similar years ago, created a fake profile to test her, that she'd divorced him and never regretted it. Greg's narrative is that he was a concerned husband investigating suspicious behavior, that creating Jake was necessary because I'd become secretive and distant, that any wife who'd respond to another man's attention was already unfaithful in her heart. He's convinced himself he's the victim here, the betrayed spouse who cleverly exposed an affair before it became physical. But there was no affair. There was a lonely wife responding to what she thought was genuine interest from a stranger, and there was a husband so disconnected from his wife that instead of talking to her about feeling neglected, he spent 6 weeks pretending to be someone who cared about her interests and feelings, then publicly shamed her for responding to that fake care. I don't know if I can forgive Greg for the manipulation. I definitely don't know if I can forgive Brandon for participating, for recording me, for sharing that video with family. My 16-year-old son helped catfish his own mother as a loyalty test and feels justified doing it. Should I try to save a marriage with someone who'd rather trap me than talk to me? Should I rebuild a relationship with a son who sees nothing wrong with what he did? Or should I accept that some betrayals disguised as loyalty tests reveal more about the testers than the tested? My wife convinced our kids I have early dementia to take control of family decisions. I'm Stephen, 55, married to Lydia, 53, for 29 years. We have 3 children, Natalie, 27, Grant, 25, and Bethany, 22. I've been noticing something strange for the past few months. Small things at first. My kids talking to me slower, enunciating carefully like I might not understand. Lydia finishing my sentences in conversations, explaining things I'd already grasped. Being asked the same question multiple times, as if they thought I'd forgotten. Last week I overheard Natalie and Grant talking in our kitchen, when they thought I was upstairs. Grant said something about Dad's condition getting worse, and Natalie responded that Mom says we need to start documenting everything. I came downstairs and asked what condition they were discussing. Both went quiet, exchanged looks. Natalie said they were talking about a friend's father, changed the subject quickly. But the interaction stuck with me. Combined with months of being treated like I was fragile or confused, I started paying closer attention. Noticed Lydia correcting me in front of the kids even when I wasn't wrong. Noticed them asking if I'd remembered to take medication I don't take. Noticed Bethany making a point of calling daily to check on me when we used to talk weekly. Tuesday, I confronted Lydia directly. Asked why everyone was treating me differently, why they seemed to think I was forgetting things or confused. She got this pitying look on her face and sat me down. Stephen, honey, we've been worried about you. You've been showing signs of cognitive decline for almost a year now, forgetting conversations, repeating yourself, getting confused about dates and plans. The kids and I have been trying to support you without making you feel bad about it. I was stunned. What are you talking about? I'm not forgetting things or getting confused. You are, sweetheart. Last month you forgot Natalie's birthday. 2 weeks ago you couldn't remember our anniversary date when Grant asked. You've been forgetting where you parked, losing your keys, asking me the same questions multiple times. None of that was accurate. I hadn't forgotten Natalie's birthday. I'd been traveling for work that day and called her. Our anniversary is June 15th, and I've never forgotten it. I sometimes can't find my keys, but that's normal, not a sign of dementia. Lydia, I think you're seeing problems that aren't there. She pulled out a notebook. I've been documenting incidents for 8 months. Look. Pages of entries, dates and descriptions of supposed memory lapses and confusion. March 3rd. Stephen asked what time dinner was, then asked again 20 minutes later. March 15th. Stephen couldn't remember the name of our insurance company. April 2nd. Stephen put orange juice in the pantry instead of refrigerator. I read through entries describing a man experiencing serious cognitive decline. Except I wasn't that man. These incidents were either normal forgetfulness, things that hadn't happened, or situations Lydia had completely misrepresented. I asked about dinner twice because you'd given me 2 different times, and I wanted clarification. I remember our insurance company perfectly well. I was asking which policy you meant. And I've never put orange juice in the pantry. Lydia looked at me with that same pitying expression. Stephen, this is common with early-stage dementia. Denial about symptoms, insisting things didn't happen the way people remember them. Your father had Alzheimer's. You're at higher risk. We need to get you evaluated. My father's Alzheimer's started at 78. I'm 55 and I'm fine. Early onset dementia is different. I've been researching extensively. All the signs are there. She'd created an entire narrative of cognitive decline, documented it meticulously, and convinced our children I was deteriorating. When I called Natalie to tell her this was wrong, she was gentle but clearly believed Lydia. Dad, I've noticed things too. You repeat stories sometimes. You seem confused when we reference recent events. Mom's been tracking it because we've all been worried. What stories do I repeat? What events? Natalie gave vague examples that didn't match reality. Said I'd told her the same work anecdote 3 times in 1 month when I'd told it once. Said I'd seemed confused about Grant's new job when I'd asked clarifying questions because Grant's initial explanation was vague. Every normal conversational moment reframed as evidence of dementia. Grant was the same. Said he'd noticed me declining, appreciated Mom documenting everything so we could prepare for what was coming. Bethany cried on the phone, said she was scared but wanted to support me through this. My own children believed I had dementia because Lydia had spent 8 months building a false narrative, and they trusted her interpretation over their own interactions with me. I scheduled a full neurological evaluation, comprehensive testing, cognitive assessments, the works. Results came back completely normal. No signs of dementia, no cognitive impairment, normal brain function for my age. The neurologist said I was perfectly healthy. I showed Lydia the results. She read through them and said, "Early-stage dementia can be hard to catch on standard tests. We should get a second opinion." There's nothing to get a second opinion about. I don't have dementia. You've been creating a false narrative. I've been documenting what I observe. If the tests aren't catching it yet, that doesn't mean it's not there. That's when I realized this wasn't about my health. This was about control. For the past 8 months, Lydia had been positioning herself as my caregiver, the person managing my supposed decline. The kids deferred to her judgment about me. Family decisions went through her because Dad's memory couldn't be trusted. I started reviewing finances and discovered Lydia had changed account access 3 months ago, adding her as primary on everything. She'd updated our estate documents without full discussion with me. She'd made decisions about renovations and large purchases that we'd normally decide together, justifying it because my condition meant I wasn't capable of participating in major decisions. She'd been systematically taking control of our life by convincing everyone I was cognitively declining. When I confronted her with the financial changes and estate documents, she didn't deny it. Said she'd been preparing for the inevitable, making sure everything was in order for when my condition worsened. That someone needed to be in control, and since I was declining, it had to be her. I'm not declining. The neurologist confirmed it. You invented a medical condition to take over our family decisions. I didn't invent anything. I observed concerning patterns and documented them. If doctors aren't seeing it yet, maybe I'm just more attuned to subtle changes because I live with you. She'd convinced herself this was real. Or maybe she'd always known it wasn't real, but had committed so fully to the narrative that backing down would mean admitting she'd been manipulating everyone for months. Either way, she wouldn't accept the medical evidence that contradicted her documentation. I told our children about the neurological evaluation, showed them the results, explained that Mom had been misinterpreting normal behavior as symptoms of a disease I don't have. Natalie and Grant were skeptical, said one evaluation doesn't rule out early-stage issues. Bethany actually listened, started questioning whether Mom might have been wrong. "Dad seems fine when I talk to him," Bethany said to her siblings. "He's never seemed confused with me." Natalie responded that dementia patients often hide symptoms, that I might perform better one-on-one than in family settings. Grant said Mom wouldn't document problems that didn't exist, that she had no reason to lie. They trusted Lydia's narrative over medical evidence because they couldn't fathom their mother would fabricate a spouse's illness. I moved out last week, staying with my brother while I figure out next steps. Lydia tells people I'm confused, that leaving is evidence of impaired judgment, that people with dementia sometimes abandon their families during episodes of confusion. She's weaponized my departure as further proof of cognitive decline. Our marriage counselor, who I insisted we see, listened to both sides. Lydia brought her documentation notebook, 8 months of supposed evidence. I brought neurological test results showing normal cognition. The counselor said this was beyond his expertise, that if there's genuine disagreement about medical reality, we need medical arbitration. But there is no disagreement about medical reality. I've been evaluated by professionals who found nothing wrong. Lydia has a notebook of misinterpreted mundane moments. Yet somehow her documentation carries equal weight because she's been so consistent and detailed in creating the false narrative. My employer has noticed the family situation affecting my work. HR called me in after Lydia contacted them, expressing concern about my cognitive issues and suggesting they monitor my performance. I had to provide the neurological evaluation to prove I was medically cleared to work. My wife tried to get my employer to surveil me for signs of dementia. Natalie suggested I might need a guardian just to be safe, given Mom's concerns and my resistance to accepting help. The idea that my daughter thinks I need a guardian because her mother spent months fabricating symptoms is surreal and terrifying. Grant asked if I'd consider moving in with him and his wife so they could keep an eye on me. Not because I need supervision, but because Mom's convinced them I do. Bethany is the only one questioning the narrative, asking what specific symptoms I've shown in conversations with her. When she can't identify any, Natalie says she's in denial about Dad's decline. Lydia has started suggesting to friends and extended family that I'm struggling with early dementia, creating a social narrative that matches her private documentation, building a community consensus that Stephen is declining, even though Stephen's neurologist says Stephen is fine. I don't know if Lydia genuinely believes I'm impaired, or if this started as a control tactic that spiraled. But I do know she spent 8 months convincing our children and herself that I have a degenerative brain disease I don't have. And now, extracting myself from that narrative makes me look defensive, resistant to help, exhibiting the denial she's documented as a symptom. Should I sue Lydia for defamation and financial manipulation? Should I get a second and third neurological opinion to overwhelm her documentation with medical evidence? Or should I accept that once someone has successfully convinced your family you're cognitively impaired, proving otherwise is nearly impossible because every defense looks like the denial she's predicted? My wife has been pretending to be me in an online support group for 2 years. I'm James, 51, been dealing with chronic pain from a back injury for 5 years. It's affected every part of my life, my work, my relationships, my mental health. 2 years ago, my wife Sandra, 49, suggested I join an online support group for chronic pain sufferers. Said it might help to connect with people who understood what I was going through. I tried a few sessions but found them difficult. Talking about my limitations with strangers felt exposing. I told Sandra the support groups weren't for me, that I preferred dealing with things privately. She said that was fine, that everyone copes differently. I thought that was the end of it. I continued managing my pain with medication, physical therapy, and trying to maintain as normal a life as possible given my limitations. Last week, I got a Facebook message from someone named Margaret. James, I haven't seen you in the support group chat in a few days. Hope your flare-up is improving. You've been such an inspiration to all of us. I was confused, responded that she must have me confused with someone else, that I wasn't in any support groups. She sent a screenshot of a support group forum. Sure enough, there was an account under my name, James M., with my profile photo. The account had been active for 2 years, posting regularly about chronic pain experiences, treatment struggles, emotional challenges. Hundreds of posts describing detailed personal experiences with pain management. I read through the posts in shock. Many were accurate descriptions of things I'd experienced. My struggles with physical therapy, my frustration with medication side effects, my feelings of inadequacy when I couldn't do things I used to do. But I hadn't written any of it. Someone had been posting as me for 2 years. The writing style was familiar. So were certain phrases and perspectives. I recognized Sandra's voice in these posts, even though they were written in first person as me. She'd been impersonating me in this support group, sharing my private medical and emotional struggles with hundreds of strangers while pretending to be me. I confronted her that evening. Have you been posting in a chronic pain support group pretending to be me? She didn't deny it. I created the account for you initially. When you said you didn't want to participate, I kept it going because I thought the group could still be helpful. Helpful how? I'm not even in the group. I share your experiences so people can offer advice and support. Then I implement their suggestions. It's like crowdsourcing your pain management. You've been sharing my private medical information with strangers for 2 years, pretending to be me? I've been getting you help from people who understand chronic pain. The group has given me strategies that have worked. Your improvement over the past 2 years is partly because of advice I got from the forum. I logged into the support group account. Sandra had given me the password, said I could read everything if I wanted to understand how much the group had helped. What I found was 2 years of my most vulnerable moments shared with hundreds of strangers. Posts about crying in the shower because I couldn't stand up properly. detailed descriptions of my medication regimen, including dosages and side effects. Discussions about how the pain had affected my sex life with Sandra. Admissions about feeling like less of a man because I couldn't do physical activities anymore. My lowest moments, my private struggles, all posted publicly under my name by my wife. The group members thought they knew me. They'd respond with sympathy and advice, treating James M. as a real participant in their community. Sandra would respond as me, thanking them for support, updating them on my condition, building relationships in my name. One woman had sent direct messages to me about her own struggles. The conversation was deep, personal, clearly someone who thought she'd found a friend who understood. Sandra had been responding as me for months, creating an intimate friendship in my name with someone I'd never met. A man had sent messages about his suicidal thoughts during a particularly bad pain flare. James M. had talked him through it, encouraged him to keep going, provided emotional support that helped him through crisis. That was Sandra, pretending to be me, providing life-saving support under my identity. People in that group think they know me. They've shared intimate details of their lives with who they think is me. You created fake relationships using my identity. I created helpful relationships that benefited everyone. The woman you mentioned, I helped her through her divorce while her pain was flaring. The man with suicidal thoughts, I probably saved his life. And they gave me advice that helped you. They gave advice to someone who doesn't exist. I'm not James M. from the support group. That's a character you created. Sandra pulled up her phone, showed me a document where she'd been tracking advice from the group and how she'd implemented it in my care. A new physical therapy technique suggested by a group member that had helped my mobility. A medication adjustment recommended by someone with similar issues that my doctor had approved. A mindfulness practice that several members swore by that Sandra had guided me through. Look at the results, James. You're better than you were 2 years ago. Part of that is because of the collective wisdom I accessed through the group. You accessed it by impersonating me and sharing my private medical information. I accessed it by being resourceful. You refused to join the group yourself. I found a way to get you the benefits anyway. I contacted the support group moderators, explained that the James M. account had been created and operated by someone impersonating me. They were shocked, said this was a serious violation of group trust and privacy policies. They immediately suspended the account and posted an announcement that a member had been impersonated by a family member. The group's response was devastating. Members felt betrayed, said they'd shared intimate details with someone they thought was a fellow sufferer, but was actually that person's wife posing as them. The woman who developed a friendship with James M. sent a message saying she felt violated and foolish. The man with suicidal thoughts said he questioned whether the support he'd received was genuine, if it came from someone pretending to be a chronic pain sufferer. Sandra is furious. I reported the account. Says I've destroyed relationships that were helping both me and other group members. That I've made her look like a villain when she was just trying to help. That the group benefited from having me as a member, even if I wasn't actually the one participating. They benefited from advice you gave while pretending to be me. That's not the same as them benefiting from knowing me. The advice was still valid. The support was still real. You're so focused on the technicality of who was posting that you're missing the substance of what was accomplished. Our daughter, Emily, 23, thinks Sandra's actions were inappropriate but well-intentioned. Says, Mom was trying to help Dad by any means necessary. That the deception was wrong, but the motivation was love. Our son, Lucas, 20, thinks it's creepy that Mom was impersonating Dad online for 2 years. Says there's something psychologically concerning about maintaining a fake identity that long. My doctor was disturbed when I told her. Said she'd been wondering why I suddenly had such detailed knowledge about various pain management techniques when I'd never mentioned researching them. Turns out, Sandra had been implementing group suggestions without telling me where the ideas came from, letting me think I was improving through standard medical care when really, she was crowdsourcing my treatment. Some of those suggestions were good, my doctor said, but some could have been dangerous if implemented without medical supervision. You can't crowdsource complex medical treatment. Sandra maintains she was medically responsible, that she only implemented suggestions after researching them and sometimes consulting with my doctor. But there's no way to verify that. She was operating in secret, making medical decisions based on internet forum advice, all while pretending to be me. The support group has updated their policies to require video verification for new members. Several members left, saying they can't trust the authenticity of anyone's identity anymore. The moderators asked if I wanted to join as myself, actually participate to repair the community damage. I declined. I never wanted to be part of that group in the first place. Sandra has shown me a folder of saved conversations where group members thanked me for advice and support. Dozens of people saying James M. had helped them through difficult times. She sees this as proof that her deception created net positive results. Look at all the good that came from the account. Are you really saying none of that matters because I was the one posting instead of you? Yes, because those people thought they were connecting with me, and they weren't. You stole my identity to create relationships that benefited your ego. My ego? I spent 2 years helping people in that group, managing an online presence in addition to caring for you in real life. That wasn't about my ego. It was about maximizing support for you. Sandra's sister thinks I'm overreacting, says Sandra was being a creative problem solver, finding ways to help when traditional approaches weren't working. That impersonating me was ethically questionable, but ultimately harmless, since it led to genuine improvements in my condition. But it wasn't harmless. People in that group thought they knew me. They shared vulnerabilities with someone they believed was a fellow chronic pain sufferer. They developed trust in a relationship that was fundamentally false. And I have to live with the knowledge that strangers know intimate details about my medical and emotional life that I never chose to share. The woman who developed a friendship with James M. sent one final message before blocking the account. I shared things with you I've never told anyone. Now I find out you were never real. I don't know if I can trust anyone online ever again. Your wife's deception didn't just hurt you. It hurt everyone who believed we were building genuine community. Sandra dismisses this as melodramatic, says online relationships are inherently fluid, that people present curated versions of themselves anyway, that her posting as me wasn't fundamentally different from the normal performance of online identity. But there is a fundamental difference. People choose how to present themselves online. They don't have spouses do it for them in secret for 2 years. Sandra didn't just curate my online identity. She created and maintained it without my knowledge or consent. Should I forgive her for what she frames as resourceful caregiving? Should I acknowledge that her deception led to genuine improvements in my pain management? Or should I accept that someone who'd impersonate you for 2 years in a support group has control issues that extend far beyond trying to help? My son wrote his college essay about how my disability embarrasses him. I'm Margaret, 48, have been a wheelchair user since a car accident 12 years ago left me paralyzed from the waist down. I've adapted well, live independently, work full-time as an accountant from home. My son, Caleb, 17, has been supportive throughout, or so I thought. He was 9 when the accident happened, helped me through rehabilitation, adjusted to having a mother who uses a wheelchair. We've always been close. Caleb is a senior, applying to colleges, working on his application essays. He's been secretive about them, said he wanted them to be perfect before showing me. I respected his privacy, remembered being protective of my own writing at that age. His father, Marcus, my ex-husband who left 6 months after my accident, has been minimally involved in Caleb's life. It's mostly been the two of us navigating everything together. Last week, Caleb's English teacher, Mrs. Patterson, emailed asking if we could talk. She's known our family for years, taught Caleb since sophomore year. We scheduled a call for that evening. She sounded uncomfortable when she started speaking. Margaret, I need to discuss Caleb's college essay with you. He submitted it for my feedback as part of the application process. I think you should read it before he sends it to universities. She forwarded me the essay. The prompt was about overcoming adversity or discussing a challenge that shaped your perspective. Caleb's essay was titled, Living with Visible Limitation. I started reading. The opening paragraph described my accident from his perspective as a 9-year-old. Emotional, well-written, talked about fear and confusion. I expected the essay to be about resilience or adaptation. Instead, the second paragraph shifted. My mother's disability became the defining feature of my adolescence, not because of her limitations, but because of how her wheelchair made me visible in ways I never wanted to be. Every school event, every social gathering, every moment in public became an exercise in managing other people's reactions to my mother's difference. The essay continued for 3 pages, detailing how embarrassing it was to have a mother in a wheelchair, how other kids stared, how parents gave pitying looks, how accessibility issues meant we couldn't do certain family activities, how he'd learned to position himself separately from me in public so people wouldn't immediately connect us. He wrote about deliberately not telling new friends about my wheelchair until they met me, wanting them to know him first before forming judgments based on his disabled mother. About times he'd asked me not to attend school functions because explaining my situation to peers was exhausting. About his girlfriend's initial discomfort meeting me and how he'd had to prepare her for my disability. The conclusion attempted to frame this as personal growth, discussing how he'd learned to overcome his shame and accept that his mother's wheelchair was part of his life. But the overall tone was clear. My disability had been a burden on him, something he'd had to learn to tolerate rather than something we'd navigated together. I sat staring at my computer screen, reading and rereading this essay, where my son described being ashamed of me for 6 years. All the times I'd worried about being a burden after the accident, all the times Caleb had reassured me he was fine, we'd get through this together. Apparently, while saying those things, he was writing college essays about how embarrassing I was. I called Caleb downstairs, showed him the email from Mrs. Patterson, asked if this was really his essay. Mrs. Patterson sent you that? She wasn't supposed to share it with you yet. So it's real. This is actually what you think? He looked defensive. It's an honest essay about my experience. College admissions value authenticity. This is my truth. Your truth is that I've embarrassed you for years? That you position yourself away from me in public so people won't connect us? Mom, the essay is about personal growth, about overcoming my initial shame and learning to be proud of you. The essay is 1,400 words. The first 1,000 are about how mortifying it was to have a disabled mother. The last 400 are a brief paragraph about allegedly getting over it. That's not a growth narrative, Caleb. That's you describing how ashamed you've been with a token ending about acceptance. He started getting emotional. You don't understand how hard it was being the kid with the wheelchair, Mom. People treated me differently, asked invasive questions, made assumptions about our family. Every friendship had to include the conversation about your disability. It was exhausting. So exhausting you never mentioned it to me once in 6 years. Because you're sensitive about the wheelchair. I didn't want to make you feel bad about something you can't control. But for a college essay, I needed to be honest about my experience. I asked about the specific incidents he'd mentioned. Times he'd asked me not to attend events. He admitted there were a few school functions where he'd suggested I skip because parking would be difficult, or because it was going to be crowded. I'd taken him at his word, never realized he was trying to keep me away because of embarrassment. The girlfriend situation was news to me. I'd met Caleb's girlfriend Rachel 3 months ago. She'd seemed perfectly comfortable. According to the essay, Caleb had spent weeks preparing her for my wheelchair, building it up until she was nervous about meeting me. He'd created anxiety where none needed to exist. Why would you need to prepare her? Did you think she'd never encountered a disabled person before? I wanted her to be comfortable. I didn't want our first meeting to be awkward because she didn't know how to act around someone in a wheelchair. There's no special way to act around someone in a wheelchair, Caleb. You treat them like a person. You made it weird by turning it into this big thing. He insisted he'd been trying to protect me from awkward encounters. But reading his essay, it was clear he'd been protecting himself from the perceived embarrassment of having a disabled mother. Mrs. Patterson called back that evening, said she'd debated whether to show me the essay, but ultimately felt I had a right to know how Caleb was representing our family situation. That while the writing was technically strong, the content concerned her both as a teacher and as someone who knew us. Margaret, I've seen you at school events for years. You've always been engaged, supportive, appropriate. The way Caleb describes your presence as this mortifying burden doesn't match reality. I wanted you to know what narrative he's creating. I asked if other students wrote essays like this. She said many students wrote about family challenges, but the tone of Caleb's was unusually focused on his embarrassment rather than his mother's actual struggle. That most essays about disabled parents emphasized resilience or perspective, not shame about the disability's visibility. Caleb has been applying to 8 universities with this essay. Some applications were already submitted before Mrs. Patterson saw it. Others were pending. He'd been planning to send this essay, describing how embarrassed he was by his wheelchair user mother, to college admissions committees as evidence of his character growth. I told Caleb the essay couldn't be submitted. He said it was too late for some schools, and for others, he didn't have time to write something else. That this essay was his best work, deeply personal, exactly what admissions committees wanted. They want personal growth stories, not essays about being ashamed of your disabled parent. It's about overcoming that shame. That's growth. You haven't overcome it, Caleb. The entire essay drips with mortification about being associated with me. 4 sentences at the end, claiming you've grown, don't erase 1,400 words about being embarrassed. He broke down crying, said he did love me, did appreciate everything I'd done as a single mother. But he'd also struggled with having a visibly disabled parent, and thought being honest about that struggle made for a compelling essay. That adversity essays were supposed to show vulnerability. Vulnerability about your own struggles, not about how your mother's disability inconvenienced your social life. Marcus called after Caleb reached out to him, said I was overreacting, that Caleb's essay showed emotional maturity and self-awareness, that colleges would appreciate his honesty about a difficult family situation. I pointed out Marcus had left 6 months after my accident, had been largely absent from Caleb's life, and had zero standing to judge how our family navigated disability. Your son wrote that he's ashamed of me. You think that's emotional maturity? He wrote that he used to be ashamed and has grown past it. There's a difference. But there wasn't a difference, not in the essay's actual content. The growth was performative. A brief coda to make thousands of words about embarrassment palatable. Caleb submitted revised essays to the schools that hadn't processed his application yet, wrote about academic challenges instead, safer topics that didn't involve describing his mother as a social burden. But the original essay had already gone to 4 universities. Those admissions committees were reading about how mortifying Caleb found my wheelchair. Mrs. Patterson said she'd be happy to write a supplementary letter of recommendation, mentioning our family's actual dynamic, countering the essay's narrative if needed. But she wasn't sure if that would help, or just draw more attention to the issue. My sister saw one of the submitted essays after Caleb showed his aunt. She was furious, said he'd presented me as this pitiable figure whose disability had damaged his adolescence, called him spoiled and ungrateful for taking 12 years of single parenting by a disabled mother and turning it into an essay about his embarrassment. Caleb insists he wasn't trying to hurt me, that the essay was about his experience, his growth, his truth, that I'm taking it too personally because I'm sensitive about the wheelchair. But there's no way not to take personally an essay where your child describes being ashamed of your existence for their entire adolescence. His guidance counselor called, had read the essay as part of application review, said she understood why I was upset, but that many students write challenging essays about family situations, that this was Caleb processing his feelings, and I should be proud he felt comfortable being so honest. But he wasn't honest with me for 6 years. He reassured me repeatedly that my wheelchair wasn't an issue, that we were fine, that he wasn't bothered by accessibility challenges or social situations. The whole time he was apparently documenting how mortifying I was for future college essay material. Should I forgive Caleb for an essay he claims is about growth but reads like a catalog of shame? Should I accept that his embarrassment was valid, even though it devastates me? Or should I acknowledge that some betrayals, even ones framed as authentic and vulnerable, reveal how family members really see you when they think honesty is more valuable than loyalty? My family started a podcast analyzing all my parenting failures without telling me. I'm Angela, 51, divorced mother of 3 adult children, Preston, 29, Mallory, 26, and Quinn, 24. I raised them mostly alone after their father left when Quinn was 7. It wasn't easy working full-time while managing 3 kids, but I did my best. We had our struggles like any family, but I thought we'd come through it okay. They're all functioning adults with careers and relationships now. 2 months ago, my sister Diane called, asking if I'd heard Preston's podcast. I didn't know Preston had a podcast. She said it was called Unpacking Our Childhood, and it was getting popular in therapy and parenting circles, that I should probably listen to it. The way she said it made my stomach drop. I found the podcast that evening. 43 episodes already published. The description read, 3 siblings process their complicated upbringing with a single mother who did her best but made significant mistakes. A raw, honest examination of generational trauma, emotional neglect, and healing. I started with episode 1. All 3 of my children sitting around a microphone discussing their childhood. Preston, the oldest, positioning himself as the mediator. Mallory, clearly angry. Quinn trying to be diplomatic but ultimately agreeing with criticisms. The first episode was titled, The Parentification of the Eldest Child. Preston talked about how I'd relied on him too much after the divorce, made him responsible for his siblings, stole his adolescence by turning him into a co-parent. He described coming home from school to make dinner for his sisters because I was working late, taking Mallory to the ER when she broke her arm because I was at my second job, missing school activities because he was watching Quinn. Our mother meant well, Preston said in the podcast, but she fundamentally failed to understand that I was a child too. I needed a parent, not a partnership. Episode 2 was worse. The emotional unavailability of single mother martyrdom. Mallory described how I'd been physically present but emotionally absent, too exhausted from work and stress to actually engage with them. How I'd made my sacrifices obvious, created guilt around any need they expressed because it meant more burden on me. She'd sigh when we asked for things, Mallory said on the recording, like every request was evidence of our selfishness. We learned to need nothing from her. Quinn's contributions were more measured but still painful. Episode 5. Financial anxiety as a parenting tool. She described how I'd involved them in financial stress, talked about bills and debt in front of them, made them hyper-aware of money problems from young ages. I listened to 15 episodes that first night, each one dissecting a different aspect of my parenting. My tendency to overshare adult problems with children, my inability to show physical affection, my habit of comparing them to other kids. My failure to attend certain events because I was always exhausted. Every mistake I'd made, every moment I'd been less than perfect, cataloged and analyzed for public consumption. The worst part was the guest episodes. Episodes where they'd invited their therapists on to provide professional context for my failures. Episodes where their father called in to give his perspective on why the marriage fell apart. Episodes where my own mother participated, discussing her theories about my attachment issues. I called Preston immediately after that first night of listening. It was midnight, but I couldn't wait. He answered, sounding groggy. "Mom? What's wrong?" "You have a podcast. About me. About how I failed you. And you never told me." Long pause. "You found it." "My sister told me about it. Were you ever planning to tell me?" "We talked about it. Decided it would be better if you didn't know. This is our healing process, our way of working through things. Making you aware would have compromised the honesty. You've published 43 episodes about what a terrible mother I was, and you thought I shouldn't know? We never said you were terrible. We said you made mistakes. There's a difference. You had Dad on as a guest, the man who abandoned us, who didn't pay child support for years, and you gave him a platform to criticize me?" Preston got defensive. "Dad has his perspective too. Healing requires understanding all sides." "What about my side? Did any of you consider that?" "You're always welcome to tell your side, Mom. We've talked about having you on as a guest once you've processed everything." A guest on my own children's podcast about my parenting failures? How generous. I called Mallory next. She was awake, clearly had been expecting my call. Admitted she'd known I'd find out eventually, had actually been surprised it took this long since the podcast had gotten fairly popular. "Mal, why? Why put all this out publicly?" "Because it's not just our story, Mom. It's a lot of people's stories. Do you know how many messages we get from listeners who had similar experiences? We're helping people feel less alone. By cataloging all my mistakes as a single mother? By being honest about the reality of our childhood. You weren't a monster, but you also weren't equipped to raise 3 kids alone. That's just the truth. Did it occur to you that maybe I also wasn't equipped because I was working 2 jobs to keep us housed and fed after your father left? That's exactly the kind of martyrdom we discuss in episode 8. You did what you had to do, but you also made us feel guilty for needing things. Both can be true." Quinn was the most apologetic, but still stood by the podcast's existence. Said therapy had helped her realize how much childhood dysfunction she'd normalized. That the podcast was her way of ensuring she didn't repeat patterns with her own future children. "We're not trying to hurt you, Mom. We're trying to heal ourselves." By publicly dissecting my parenting for thousands of strangers? By creating a space for honest conversation about imperfect parents and complex childhoods. I spent the next week listening to all 43 episodes. Heard my children describe me as emotionally unavailable, parentifying, financially inappropriate, physically distant, and unable to create secure attachments. Heard their therapists diagnose me from afar with attachment issues and vicarious trauma. Heard my ex-husband paint himself as someone who'd tried to help but been pushed away by my stubbornness. Episode 37 featured my mother. She discussed how I'd always been difficult, how even as a child I'd struggled with affection and connection. Essentially blamed my parenting failures on my own childhood issues, creating this generational trauma narrative that absolved no one but explained everything. I created my own podcast episode as a response, recorded 45 minutes of my perspective, posted it as an open letter to my children. Described being 25 with 3 kids and a husband who left, working 2 jobs, surviving on 4 hours of sleep, choosing between groceries and school supplies. Explained that Preston making dinner wasn't parentification, it was a family pulling together during crisis. That my exhaustion wasn't emotional unavailability, it was being a human with limits. I addressed the financial anxiety criticism. Said yes, I involved them in money discussions because we were a family and they needed to understand why we couldn't afford certain things. That teaching kids about financial reality isn't trauma, it's preparation. I acknowledged I wasn't perfect, that I made mistakes, but that I'd kept them safe and fed and educated under circumstances their podcast never fully addressed. Posted it publicly, sent them the link. Preston responded within an hour, saying my episode missed the point entirely. that acknowledging circumstances doesn't negate impact, that they could recognize I'd done my best while also recognizing my best had caused harm. "You're still not listening, Mom. You're defending instead of hearing us." Mallory posted a response episode titled, "When Parents Can't Accept Accountability." Spent 30 minutes analyzing my response through a therapeutic lens, explaining how my defensiveness was typical of parents confronted with their impact on children. Had her therapist on to discuss why parents struggle to separate intentions from outcomes. The podcast community sided with my children. Comments on my episode called me defensive, victimhood claiming, incapable of real accountability. My attempt to provide context was reframed as proof I couldn't accept responsibility for my parenting choices. Quinn called privately, said she felt bad about how this was escalating, that she hadn't wanted the podcast to become this public battle between me and her siblings. But she also said she couldn't defend me when so much of what Preston and Mallory were saying resonated with her own experience. "I know you were overwhelmed, Mom. I know Dad leaving was terrible. But I also needed a mother who could see me, and you couldn't. You were surviving, not parenting. That's just the reality. My friends have been divided. Some say my children are being ungrateful, that publicly criticizing a parent who raised them alone is cruel. Others say children have the right to process their trauma, that my discomfort doesn't negate their experience. My sister says both things can be true, that I did my best, and my best still caused wounds." The podcast just released episode 48, When Parents Listen to Our Podcast Without Permission. My children discussing my response, my defensiveness, my inability to sit with their pain without making it about my intentions. They've turned my discovery of the podcast into content, more evidence of dysfunctional family dynamics. Preston suggested family therapy on the latest episode, said they're all willing to work toward reconciliation, but I need to accept accountability first. Mallory agreed, said she's open to relationship repair once I stop positioning myself as a victim. Quinn just said she hoped someday we could all heal together. Thousands of strangers have opinions about my parenting. People who've never raised children in crisis, never been abandoned by a spouse with 3 kids to feed, never worked 80 hours a week just to keep electricity on. They've decided, based on 48 podcast episodes, that I was emotionally neglectful, that my children's trauma is valid, that my defensive response proves I'm still causing harm. Should I go to family therapy where my children and their therapists will document my accountability journey for podcast content? Should I accept that my best wasn't good enough and my children have the right to publicly process that? Or should I recognize that some betrayals, even ones framed as healing, reveal that the people you sacrificed everything for see those sacrifices as evidence of your failure? My family live-streamed my colonoscopy to prove I needed the procedure. I'm Richard, 52, been putting off getting a colonoscopy despite my doctor recommending it at my last physical. I know I'm supposed to get screened at 50, but I have health anxiety, and the idea of the procedure terrifies me. My wife, Monica, 49, has been nagging me about it for 2 years. Our kids, Jenna, 25, and Troy, 22, joined her crusade last year after Monica's brother was diagnosed with colon cancer. I had every excuse. Too busy with work. Would schedule it next month. Wasn't experiencing any symptoms, so it wasn't urgent. The truth was, I was scared, both of the procedure itself and what they might find. Every time Monica brought it up, I'd deflect or promise to call the doctor soon. Last month, Monica scheduled the appointment for me without asking, said she'd cleared my calendar, taken the day off work to drive me, arranged everything. I was annoyed, but also relieved she'd taken the initiative. The date was set for last Wednesday. She'd even ordered the prep kit, had it waiting in the bathroom with instructions. Tuesday night, I did the prep. Miserable as expected, but I got through it. Wednesday morning, Monica drove me to the outpatient surgery center. I was nervous, but kept telling myself it would be over in an hour. and then everyone would stop bothering me about it. They got me checked into a gown, started the IV. The anesthesiologist came in to explain the sedation. I'd be unconscious for the procedure, wouldn't remember anything. That was comforting, at least. Monica stayed with me in the pre-op area until they wheeled me back. She kissed my forehead, said she was proud of me for finally doing this. I woke up groggy in recovery. Monica was there with juice and crackers. The doctor came in and said everything looked good. No polyps, clean scope. Come back in 10 years. I was relieved and also annoyed I'd worked myself up over nothing for 2 years. On the drive home, Monica seemed excited about something. Kept smiling at her phone. I figured she was just happy the procedure was over and I was okay. When we got home, Jenna and Troy were there waiting with balloons and a "Congratulations on your colonoscopy" banner. I laughed. Thought it was sweet they were celebrating my health screening. Then Troy said, "Dad, you're trending." "Trending where?" He showed me his phone. Our family's shared social media account had a live stream video from earlier that day. The thumbnail showed me in a hospital gown. The title was, "Watch Richard Finally Get His Colonoscopy, a Health Awareness Live Stream." My hands started shaking as I clicked the video. It was footage from the procedure room. Someone had filmed the entire colonoscopy. The screen on the wall showing the doctor's view of my colon, the medical team working, me unconscious on the table. 28 minutes of my medical procedure live streamed to the internet. The video had been viewed over 40,000 times. Hundreds of comments, people discussing my colon in real time, screenshots being shared on other platforms. My colonoscopy was public content. What the hell is this? Monica looked defensive immediately. We live-streamed your procedure to raise awareness about the importance of screening. Troy set up the stream. Jenna monitored comments. Look how many people are saying this inspired them to schedule their own colonoscopy. I stared at my family. My wife, my son, my daughter. All looking proud of themselves while strangers on the internet had watched my medical procedure. You live-streamed my colonoscopy without my permission. You signed a consent form, Troy said, for filming medical procedures for educational purposes. The surgery center approved it. I signed a consent form thinking it was standard medical documentation, not permission for you to broadcast my procedure to the internet. Monica pulled up the video comments to show me. Look, hundreds of people saying they're going to schedule screenings now. You're saving lives, Richard. Your embarrassment is preventing actual deaths from colon cancer. My embarrassment? You live-streamed footage of a camera inside my colon. Jenna tried to be diplomatic. Dad, we get that you feel violated, but this is bigger than you. Uncle Steve almost died because he put off screening too long. We turned your procedure into something meaningful, something that's actually helping people overcome their fear of colonoscopies. By making me public spectacle without my knowledge while I was unconscious? Troy showed me his phone again. The video's getting shared by health organizations. A medical advocacy group wants to interview you about overcoming health anxiety. This could be really impactful. I asked how they'd gotten permission to film. Monica explained she'd contacted the surgery center weeks ago, explained they wanted to document the procedure for health awareness purposes. She'd signed forms as my spouse, claiming I was too anxious about the procedure to handle the administrative details. The center had approved it, assuming I was aware and consenting. So you forged my consent? I signed as your medical proxy with your best interests in mind. It's not forgery, it's advocacy. The cameraman had been Troy's friend from film school, paid $200 to professionally document the procedure. He'd set up equipment the morning of my colonoscopy while I was in pre-op, told the medical staff he was there with family permission. Nobody had questioned it because Monica had handled all the paperwork. The video included audio, the doctor's commentary during the procedure, the nurses discussing my vitals, a moment where the anesthesiologist joked about me being a good sleeper. All of it preserved and broadcast to thousands of strangers. Did you plan this the entire time? When you scheduled the appointment, were you already planning to live stream it? Monica hesitated. We discussed it as a possibility. Once you were actually scheduled, it seemed like too good an opportunity to waste. Your procedure could save lives by encouraging others to get screened. My procedure was medical treatment for me, not content for your health awareness campaign. Jenna pointed out that the video had been edited to remove identifying information from the visual. They'd blurred the medical monitors showing my name, edited out parts of conversation that referenced me specifically. In their minds, this made it less invasive somehow. But it's still my body, still my medical procedure. You didn't blur my face in the pre-procedure shots. Everyone who knows me can identify me. Troy had posted updates throughout the procedure in the live stream chat. Dad's doing great. Doctor says everything looks healthy so far. Almost done, no polyps found. Treating my medical procedure like a sporting event for followers to track in real time. Monica showed me messages from friends who'd watched. Her book club members saying they were inspired. My cousin scheduling his own overdue colonoscopy. A former coworker thanking her for the awareness campaign. In their view, the ends justified the means. You violated my medical privacy and dignity to create content. We leveraged your medical procedure to create public health awareness. There's a difference. I called the surgery center demanding to know how they'd allowed this. The administrator was apologetic, said Monica had presented it as a personal family medical documentation for educational use within a health advocacy group. They'd assumed I was aware and had approved. When I explained I'd been deceived, they offered to file a complaint but said the damage was done. My lawyer says I have grounds to sue both my family and the surgery center, that live streaming someone's medical procedure without informed consent is a serious violation. But suing your own wife and children feels like destroying what's left of the family to make a point. The video is still up. Monica refuses to take it down, says too many people have already been helped by it, that removing it now would be selfish, prioritizing my embarrassment over public health benefit. Jenna agrees, says the video has transcended being about me and become an important health resource. Only Troy seems slightly remorseful. Admitted last night that maybe they should have told me beforehand, given me a choice. But he also said I'd never have agreed, and then the video wouldn't exist, and then all those people wouldn't be scheduling colonoscopies. So the end justifies the means? Sometimes it has to. You were never going to agree to this, but it's doing real good. Isn't that worth something? My brother saw the video, called me horrified that my family had done this without my knowledge. He's been sharing it as a cautionary tale about medical privacy violations, which means even more people are now viewing my colonoscopy footage. Comments on the video range from supportive, "This is brave, thanks for sharing," to invasive. Anyone else notice the small internal hemorrhoid at 1432? To completely missing the point. Why does the camera look like that? Strangers discussing the inside of my body in public forums. Monica scheduled a follow-up interview with a health podcast to discuss our Family Health Awareness Project. She wants me to participate, talk about overcoming my anxiety about screening. I refused. She called me selfish, said I'm wasting an opportunity to normalize preventive health care. You could turn this negative experience into something positive. Take control of the narrative. The narrative where my family live-streamed my medical procedure without my knowledge? That narrative? Jenna suggested I'm being dramatic because I'm embarrassed. That if I just accepted the video was helping people, I'd feel better about it. That my pride is preventing me from seeing the good they've done. But this isn't about pride or embarrassment. It's about my family deciding that my medical privacy was an acceptable sacrifice for their health awareness campaign. That they could make that choice for me while I was unconscious and defenseless. The surgery center updated their consent forms after this incident. now explicitly requires patients to separately approve any filming or broadcast of procedures. My violation became their policy change. Monica points to this as more evidence of positive impact, like being the reason for policy change justifies what she did. I've been sleeping in the guest room for 2 weeks. Monica thinks I'm overreacting, that I should be proud the video is helping people. The kids visit but are clearly Team Monica, believing health awareness outweighs my right to medical privacy. Should I sue my family for live streaming my colonoscopy without consent? Should I accept that the video is helping people and try to make peace with how it was created? Or should I demand they remove it and accept that doing so might prevent someone from getting screened who otherwise would have been inspired? My wife and son reported my classic car collection to authorities as a hoarding problem. I'm Marcus, 52, married to Linda, 49, for 27 years. We have 2 kids, Jason, 24, and Emma, 20. I've been collecting classic cars since my early 20s, started with a 1967 Mustang I restored with my father. Over 30 years, I've accumulated 15 vehicles in various stages of restoration. Some are complete and drivable, others are projects. I store them on our 5-acre property in several outbuildings I built specifically for this purpose. This has never been a secret. Linda knew about the collection when we got married. The kids grew up helping me work on cars, learning about engines and restoration. Jason used to spend weekends in the garage with me until he went to college. I thought it was something we shared as a family, a hobby that gave me purpose and connected me to my father's memory. About 8 months ago, Linda started making comments about the cars taking up too much space, that we should sell some, that I was spending too much time maintaining them. I explained that these vehicles were investments, that some had tripled in value. She said it wasn't about money, it was about the space and time they consumed. Jason came home for Christmas and sided with his mother, said the property looked cluttered with all the outbuildings, that it was embarrassing to bring friends over. I was confused because he'd never expressed this before. He'd been proud of the collection, showed it off to his high school friends. I thought the complaints would fade. They didn't. Linda started talking about what we could do with the space if the cars were gone. A proper garden, a pool, a workshop for her pottery that she'd been wanting to start. I said she could have space for pottery, that we had 5 acres. She said it wasn't the same with the property dominated by my collection. 3 weeks ago, I came home from work to find 2 vehicles from the county health department parked in my driveway. An inspector and a code enforcement officer were walking my property with Linda and Jason. They had clipboards and cameras, documenting everything. I asked what was happening. The inspector said they'd received complaints about potential hoarding and unsafe storage of vehicles on the property, that they needed to assess whether the situation violated county ordinances about junk vehicles and property maintenance. These aren't junk vehicles. These are classic cars in restoration. The inspector looked skeptical, pointed to one of my projects, a 1972 Chevelle that I'd been working on for 3 years. It didn't have an engine currently, was sitting on blocks. He said that looked like an abandoned vehicle. I explained it was mid-restoration, that the engine was being rebuilt by a specialist. He wasn't interested. Walked through all my outbuildings, photographed every car, made notes about vehicles without current registration or license plates. Linda and Jason followed, pointing out specific cars they claimed had been sitting unmoved for years. After 2 hours, the inspector handed me a citation. I had 30 days to remove all vehicles not in drivable condition and properly registered. That meant 12 of my 15 cars. The ones that were projects, the ones I'd invested years and thousands of dollars into restoring. Who filed the complaint? I asked. The inspector said complaints were confidential, but it had come from someone with knowledge of the property. After they left, I confronted Linda and Jason. They admitted they'd called the county, filed a formal complaint about the vehicles, said they'd tried talking to me reasonably and I wouldn't listen, that this was the only way to force me to deal with the problem. Problem? These are my cars, my hobby, my investment. It's an obsession, Linda said. 15 cars, Marcus. That's not normal. That's hoarding. They're stored properly. They're not trash piled up. They're valuable vehicles being restored. Jason spoke up. Dad, come on. Half of them haven't moved in 5 years. You start projects and never finish them. It's gotten out of control. I was shaking with anger and betrayal. These were people I trusted, people who'd pretended to support my passion while apparently planning to destroy it. The citation gave me 30 days. Even if I wanted to move the cars, I couldn't afford storage facilities for 12 vehicles, and moving them would interrupt restoration work that had taken years. I called a lawyer specializing in property rights. He reviewed the citation and said the county ordinance was vague enough that they could enforce it if they wanted to, that fighting it would be expensive and time-consuming, with no guarantee of success. Best-case scenario, I might get an extension, but ultimately I'd have to remove vehicles that weren't operational. Can they do this based on a complaint from my family? They can do this based on any complaint. If they determine the property violates ordinances, who filed the complaint doesn't matter legally. I asked Linda how long she'd been planning this. She said 6 months. That she'd consulted with Jason about the best approach, researched what ordinances might apply, documented the vehicles over time to build a case. This wasn't a spontaneous decision. This was a calculated campaign to force me to get rid of my collection. You could have just talked to me. We did talk to you. You dismissed every concern, so we had to take action. Action that involves the government forcing me to destroy 30 years of work? Action that forces you to face reality. You're not going to restore all these cars. You're just accumulating vehicles and pretending it's a hobby when it's actually compulsive collecting. I moved into one of the outbuildings that night. Couldn't stand to be in the house with Linda. She texted saying I was being dramatic, that I could stay if I'd commit to complying with the citation. I didn't respond. My daughter Emma called from college after Jason told her what happened. She was upset, said she didn't know they were planning this, that Jason had mentioned Mom was frustrated with the cars, but Emma didn't know it had escalated to involving authorities. Are you going to sell the cars? She asked. I don't know. I can't afford to store them elsewhere, and I can't complete 12 restorations in 30 days. I'm sorry, Dad. I know those cars are important to you. At least one of my children still cared. I spent the past 3 weeks trying to figure out options. Called storage facilities, all too expensive for long-term storage of multiple vehicles. Contacted classic car collectors to see if anyone wanted to buy projects, but nobody wants to pay fair prices for unfinished restorations. I'd lose tens of thousands of dollars selling at the prices people were offering. The cars I'd planned to pass down to Jason someday, teach him to finish restoring like my father taught me. The collection that represented 30 years of work and passion and connection to my dad. All of it threatened because my wife and son decided it was inconvenient. Jason came by the outbuilding yesterday, said he wanted to talk, to see if we could find a compromise. I asked what compromise exists after he helped file a government complaint against me. Dad, I'm trying to help Mom. She's been unhappy for years with the cars dominating everything. Your time, the property, the finances. I thought maybe if the county got involved, you'd finally take her concerns seriously. So you betrayed me to make your mother happy. I chose to support the parent who needed support. Mom's been asking for less than half the space you use. That's not unreasonable. What's unreasonable is using the government to force your father to abandon his life's work. Jason said I was being stubborn and selfish, that I'd always prioritized cars over family, that this was about more than vehicles. It was about me never listening to what Linda needed. I asked if he remembered all the weekends we spent together working on these cars, if those memories meant nothing now. Those are good memories, but you turned something we shared into an obsession. There's a difference between a hobby and 15 cars taking over an entire property. He left without us resolving anything. I have 1 week left before the citation deadline. I've managed to sell 3 of the less valuable project cars at significant losses, have found temporary storage for 2 others with a friend who has barn space, but that still leaves 7 vehicles that need to be removed, and I have nowhere to put them. Linda filed for separation 2 days ago. Her lawyer sent papers claiming I'd abandoned the marriage by moving into the outbuilding, that my obsession with cars had destroyed our relationship, that she'd tried for years to get me to change, and I'd refused all reasonable requests. Reasonable. She calls involving code enforcement reasonable. She calls forcing me to destroy my collection reasonable. My lawyer says the separation gives me a stronger case for fighting the vehicle citation, that if Linda is moving toward divorce, she doesn't have standing to make decisions about property that may be divided in divorce proceedings. But fighting means legal fees I can barely afford while also dealing with separation costs. Emma came home from college yesterday to help. She's been documenting the collection, taking professional photos of each car, creating records of their value and restoration progress. Says, if I have to sell them, at least we should preserve the history. She spent all day in the garage with me, just like she used to when she was younger. At least one of my children still understands what this means to me. My father's Mustang, the first car in the collection, is sitting in my main garage. It's fully restored, drivable, registered. They can't make me get rid of that one. But standing in front of it yesterday, I started crying. My dad died 5 years ago. This car is my last tangible connection to him, to those weekends we spent together when I was Jason's age, learning about engines and restoration and persistence. And my wife and son tried to take all of this away because they decided it was too much space, too much time, too much of my life devoted to something that wasn't them. The citation deadline is in 6 days. I'll comply because I have no choice. We'll sell what I can, store what I can afford to store, abandon the rest. 30 years of collecting and restoring, gone because my family couldn't tolerate me having something that was mine. Linda texted this morning saying, if I'd just admitted I had a problem and agreed to therapy for hoarding, she'd consider reconciliation. But I don't have a hoarding problem. I have a classic car collection that 2 people decided was inconvenient and used the power of government to destroy. Should I fight this citation, even though it means more legal fees and possible divorce complications? Should I try to salvage my marriage with someone who orchestrated the destruction of something I love? Or should I accept that sometimes the people closest to you are the ones most willing to betray you when your passions don't align with their preferences? My children replaced me with a professional actor at my own retirement party. I'm Kenneth, 58. Just retired after 33 years as a civil engineer. My wife, Patricia, 57, and I have 4 children. David, 31, Amanda, 28, Eric, 25, and Sophie, 23. I'd been planning my retirement for years, looking forward to finally having time for hobbies, travel, spending time with family. Patricia organized a big retirement party at a hotel ballroom, invited everyone from my office, extended family, old friends. I was touched by her effort. The week before the party, David called saying he had a work conflict and might miss it. Amanda said she'd try to make it, but her kids had activities. Eric was non-committal. Only Sophie confirmed she'd definitely be there. I was disappointed, but understood they had busy lives. Told myself the important thing was celebrating this milestone regardless of who attended. Party day arrived. Patricia seemed nervous all morning, but I figured she was stressed about hosting such a large event. We got to the hotel early to set up. The ballroom looked beautiful, tables decorated, a slideshow of my career playing on screens. My colleagues started arriving, old friends I hadn't seen in years. It was everything I'd hoped for. Then my children arrived. All 4 of them, together. I was thrilled they'd all made it after all. But something was off. They stayed in a tight group near the entrance, watching me oddly. Patricia kept glancing at them, some unspoken communication I couldn't decipher. About an hour into the party, during speeches from former colleagues, Sophie approached me, said they needed me to step outside for a minute. Family matter. I followed her to a side room off the ballroom. All 4 kids were there, plus Patricia, and a man I'd never seen before. "Dad, we need to talk," David started. "This party isn't going the way we planned." "What do you mean? Everything's perfect." Amanda looked uncomfortable. "We hired someone to replace you. At the party, we were going to have him stand in as you while you stayed in here." I stared at her. "Replace me?" The stranger stepped forward, extending his hand. "I'm Martin. I'm a professional stand-in. Your family hired me to impersonate you at your retirement party." I looked at this man who was roughly my height and build, dressed in a suit similar to mine. "Why would you hire someone to impersonate me at my own retirement party?" Eric spoke up. "Because we wanted to hear what people really thought of you, what they'd say if you weren't in the room. We were going to swap you out after the first hour, have Martin circulate while people gave their speeches. See what your colleagues really felt without the politeness filter." "You were going to replace me with an actor at my retirement party to spy on what people said about me?" Patricia finally spoke. "Ken, you've been so anxious about whether your career mattered, whether you made an impact. We thought hearing unfiltered opinions would give you clarity. Martin was going to pretend to be you. People would forget he wasn't actually you, and we'd record their honest feelings." People would forget a stranger wasn't me? "Martin's been studying you for 2 weeks. Your mannerisms, your voice, your speech patterns. He's very good at his job." I looked at Martin, who seemed embarrassed to be part of this increasingly bizarre situation. "You've been studying me for 2 weeks? Your family provided videos, audio recordings, detailed notes about your personality and history. I've done this kind of work before, usually for corporate events where executives can't attend. This was different. How exactly were you planning to pull this off? People who've known me for decades wouldn't notice I'd been replaced by a stranger." David explained the plan. They'd engineered a reason to pull me aside after the first hour, during a natural break in the program. Martin would change into my exact outfit in a nearby room, while they kept me occupied. Then, Martin would return to the party as me, mingling and listening while the speeches continued. People would be drinking, wouldn't look too closely. By the time anyone noticed something was off, they'd have hours of footage. Footage of what? People talking to a man pretending to be me? Footage of people being honest about you when they thought you weren't really paying attention. You've been so worried that your career didn't matter, that people just tolerated you. We wanted to prove that people actually respect and admire you. By replacing me with an impersonator without my knowledge? Sophie, who'd been quiet, finally spoke. "Dad, I told them this was insane. I said you'd be hurt and angry. But they convinced Mom it was a good idea and I got outvoted." Patricia tried to justify it. "You've been so down about retiring, questioning whether you made a difference. I thought hearing honest assessments from colleagues would help you see your impact." "So your solution was to hire an actor to be me at my own retirement party while I hid in a side room?" Amanda jumped in. "It sounds bad when you say it like that. But Dad, you have to understand, we did this out of love. You've been having this existential crisis about your career meaning something. We wanted to give you proof." "Proof gathered through deception at a party you threw supposedly to honor me?" Eric got defensive. "We've been planning this for months. Martin's expensive. We coordinated everyone's schedules. We've put thought and money into this." "You've put thought and money into replacing me at my own retirement party." Martin cleared his throat. "Perhaps I should leave. This seems like it should be a family discussion." I looked at this stranger who'd been paid to study me, to impersonate me, to fool my friends and colleagues into thinking he was me, so my family could record their unfiltered opinions. "Yes, you should leave. And send them a bill for your time." because this plan isn't happening. After Martin left, I confronted my family properly. They'd hired a professional actor to replace me at my retirement party. They'd planned to keep me in a side room while this stranger circulated as me. They'd intended to record hours of footage of people talking to fake me, thinking those conversations would somehow be more honest than what people would say to actual me. Patricia kept insisting it was coming from a place of love, that I'd been struggling with retirement anxiety, questioning my legacy, that she thought hearing people's honest opinions would help. I asked how opinions given to an impersonator would be honest. She said people would let their guard down, say things they wouldn't say directly to me. So the goal was to hear criticism people are too polite to say to my face? The goal was to hear everything, good and bad, unfiltered truth. At my retirement party, which is supposed to celebrate me, you were going to turn it into a spy operation. David tried a different approach. Dad, we've already paid Martin. The party is happening out there right now. People are expecting you. What if we just didn't swap you? What if we abandoned the plan but you still got the party? The party you ruined by telling me you planned to replace me with an actor. Amanda said they hadn't ruined anything because I didn't know until they told me. That if I'd just gone along with it, I'd never have known Martin was supposed to replace me, would have enjoyed the party normally. They'd messed up by bringing me into the side room too early, before Martin had finished preparing. You messed up by conceiving this plan in the first place. Sophie pulled me aside privately. Dad, I'm so sorry. I tried to stop them. I said this was disrespectful and weird, but they got so invested in the idea, convinced themselves it was this brilliant way to help you through retirement anxiety. I asked if Patricia had really been the driving force. Sophie said it was Patricia's initial idea, but David had enthusiastically supported it, found Martin's service online, pitched everyone on the benefits. The whole family had collaborated on this plan except Sophie, who'd been overruled. I left the side room and went back to the party. My colleagues asked where I'd been. I said family matter, nothing important. Tried to engage with people but couldn't focus. Kept thinking about Martin in a nearby room, dressed like me, prepared to replace me. Kept wondering which people in this room had been in on the plan. Gave a speech thanking everyone for coming, for 33 years of collaboration. Patricia watched from the side, looking guilty. My children stayed in their corner. The party ended early by party standards, people filtering out by 9. I shook hands, accepted congratulations, acted like everything was fine. At home that night, Patricia tried to apologize, said it had seemed like a good idea when David first suggested it, that I'd been so worried about whether my career mattered, whether I'd made an impact. She thought having unfiltered feedback would give me confidence. You thought having an actor pretend to be me while people unknowingly shared their honest opinions would give me confidence. I thought hearing people admire you when they didn't know you were listening would prove you'd made a difference. Or I'd hear people criticize me behind my back, which was also a possibility you were willing to risk. Patricia admitted that yes, there might have been criticism, but she believed the positive would outweigh the negative, that even critical comments would show people cared enough to have complex opinions about me. I've been sleeping in the guest room for a week. My children keep calling with various explanations and justifications. David says impersonator services are common in corporate settings, that this was just an adaptation of existing practices. Amanda insists their intentions were pure. Eric says I'm overreacting to a plan that never actually happened. Only Sophie has genuinely apologized, said she knew from the beginning it was wrong, that replacing someone at their own party is disrespectful, regardless of motivation. She's the only one who seems to understand that good intentions don't justify every action. My colleagues from the party have been emailing, asking if everything is okay. Some heard arguing from the side room. I don't know what to tell them. That my family tried to replace me with a professional actor at my own retirement party, but I found out before the swap could happen. Patricia wants to throw another party, do it right this time. But how do you redo a retirement party after learning your family planned to replace you at the original? How do you trust that this time they won't have some other scheme running in the background? My retirement was supposed to mark the end of one chapter and the beginning of another. Instead, it's marked by the knowledge that my family thought hiring someone to impersonate me was a reasonable way to address my anxiety about career legacy, that they spent months planning to replace me, convinced themselves it was loving and helpful. Should I forgive them for a plan they never actually executed? Should I be grateful Sophie at least tried to stop it? Or should I accept that my family's solution to my retirement anxiety was so misguided and disrespectful that it revealed something fundamental about how they see me? My son filmed a documentary about my failures without telling me it would be public. I'm Thomas, 54, work as a high school history teacher, been at the same school for 26 years. My son Julian, 29, is a documentary filmmaker, graduated from film school 5 years ago, and has been working on independent projects since. He's talented, won some awards at festivals, makes thoughtful pieces about social issues. I've always been proud of his work, supported his unconventional career path even when my wife Denise, 52, worried about his financial stability. Last year, Julian approached me with what he called a personal project. Said he wanted to document my life story, create something intimate about father-son relationships, and how parents' experiences shape their children. He'd film interviews with me, follow me through my daily routines, talk to people who knew me. Said it would be a reflective piece about masculinity, fatherhood, and finding meaning in ordinary lives. I was hesitant initially. I'm not particularly interesting, told him a documentary about a middle-aged teacher would bore people. But Julian insisted, said that was exactly the point, that there's profound meaning in supposedly ordinary lives, that my perspective as someone who dedicated his life to teaching rather than pursuing more lucrative or prestigious careers was valuable. He made it sound meaningful, important even. I agreed under one condition. This was for our family, maybe to share at gatherings or with close friends, but not for public distribution. Julian said, absolutely. This was a personal project, something for us. He'd maybe submit it to a small festival if it turned out well, but the focus was creating something meaningful between us. We spent 6 months on it. Julian filmed me teaching classes, interviewed me about my childhood, my marriage, my choices. He talked to Denise about our relationship, interviewed my brother about growing up together, talked to former students, colleagues, our neighbors. He was thorough, professional. The interviews felt therapeutic sometimes, chances to reflect on my life with my son genuinely interested. He asked difficult questions about times I'd failed, about my father's alcoholism and how it affected me, about my own struggles with anger when the kids were young, about career opportunities I'd turned down because I was afraid to take risks, about my regrets, my disappointments, my fears. I answered honestly because this was supposedly a private project, a chance to be vulnerable with my son. The filming wrapped in November. Julian said he'd spend the winter editing, that we could watch it together in the spring. I looked forward to it, imagining family movie night with Denise and Julian and his sister Marina, watching this reflection on my life. Last month I got a call from a colleague. She'd seen a documentary at a film festival downtown. The Mediocre Man, a portrait of unfulfilled potential. She thought the subject looked familiar. When she stayed for the Q&A, realized the filmmaker's last name matched mine. Asked if I had a son named Julian. My stomach dropped. I looked up the festival program online. There it was. Julian's documentary about me, with that title, screening publicly without my knowledge. The description read, an unflinching examination of masculine mediocrity through the life of a small-town teacher who chose safety over ambition, examining how fear of failure shapes a life of quiet disappointment. I went to the next screening, sat in the back of the theater in the dark, watching my life presented as a cautionary tale. The documentary was beautifully made, I'll give Julian that, but the framing was devastating. Every interview was edited to emphasize my failures, my fears, my limitations. The scenes of me teaching were intercut with statistics about teacher salaries and burnout. My reflections on choosing teaching over law school were framed as giving up rather than pursuing passion. The interview where I talked about my father's alcoholism was edited to suggest I'd inherited his weakness, even if manifested differently. My admission that I sometimes regretted not taking more risks became the central thesis. I was a man paralyzed by fear of failure. Denise's interviews were cut to highlight moments where she expressed frustration with our financial limitations, with my reluctance to pursue administration positions, with my general risk aversion. They'd had a 2-hour conversation, but Julian used only the segments that painted me as disappointing. My brother talked about how different we were, how he'd built a successful business while I'd stayed in our hometown teaching. Julian edited it to emphasize the comparison, making my choices seem like failures rather than different paths. Former students shared how I'd influenced them, but Julian included only the ones who'd gone on to impressive careers, implicitly contrasting their success with my stagnation. One student said, "Mr. Harrison taught me to dream bigger than he did," framed as inspirational, but actually suggesting I'd settled. The final 15 minutes were the worst. Julian narrated over footage of me grading papers alone in my classroom after school. His voiceover: "My father is a good man who never allowed himself to be a great one. His fear of reaching for more has shaped how I see masculinity, not as ambition and risk, but as settling for safety and calling it contentment." This documentary is my attempt to understand whether his unfulfilled potential is tragic, or if mediocrity is its own kind of courage. The audience clapped. Someone asked Julian during the Q&A if his father had seen it. Julian said not yet, that he wanted outside perspective before showing it to family. That sometimes you need distance to be honest about the people you love. I left before it ended, drove home shaking. When Julian came over for our usual Sunday dinner the next day, I confronted him. "I saw your documentary." His face changed. "Dad, I was going to tell you. The festival thing happened fast. I didn't have time." "You called it The Mediocre Man. You described my life as unfulfilled potential. You used the most vulnerable things I told you and edited them to make me look like a failure." That's not what I did. I created an honest portrait of how fear shapes lives. It's not about judgment. It's about understanding. You literally called me mediocre in the title. Julian got defensive, said the documentary was his art, his perspective, that I'd agreed to participate. I reminded him I'd agreed to a private family project, not a public film festival screening. He said circumstances changed, that the footage was too good not to share, that this could be his breakthrough film. Your breakthrough film about how disappointing your father is? About how fear of disappointment creates disappointment. You're part of that story, but it's bigger than you. Denise had been listening from the kitchen. She came in looking upset. "Julian, you told me that interview was for a personal project. I said things I'd never say publicly about your father." I used what was relevant to the narrative. Good documentaries require difficult truths. The documentary has been screened at 3 more festivals. Won an award for Most Honest Portrait at one. Julian's been getting attention, interviews with indie film websites, interest from a streaming platform about distribution. My life as a cautionary tale about unfulfilled potential is launching his career. Students at my school found out. Some watched it illegally online after festival screeners leaked. I've had teenagers approach me asking if I regret not going to law school, if I'm disappointed with how my life turned out. Colleagues are treating me differently, with pity or awkwardness. The principal called me into his office to ask if I needed support after having my personal struggles aired publicly. My brother called angry, said Julian made him look like an asshole comparing his success to my supposed failure, that he'd been talking about how proud he was of my dedication to teaching, and Julian had edited it to sound condescending. Denise is devastated. Her friends have seen the documentary. The parts where she expressed normal marital frustrations are now public record, making her look like an unsupportive wife. She's furious with Julian, says he betrayed both of us for his career. Marina, our daughter, confronted Julian at his apartment, called him exploitative and cruel. Julian defended himself, said great art requires honesty, that sanitizing reality serves no one. Marina told him she's ashamed to share his last name. I got a call from a lawyer last week. He'd seen the documentary and thought I might have grounds for a lawsuit, said I'd agreed to participation under false pretenses, that Julian had promised a private project, then created a public one, that the framing was arguably defamatory. But suing my son would destroy what's left of our relationship and likely draw more attention to the documentary. Julian sent me a long email yesterday, said he was sorry I was hurt but stood by his work, that the documentary was his truth about growing up with a father who chose safety over ambition, and he had the right to tell that story. That someday I'd understand he wasn't attacking me. He was examining the systems and fears that limit people. You're not examining systems. You're using my life as evidence that I failed. He responded, I'm using your life as evidence that fear of failure is its own kind of failure. If that feels like an attack, maybe sit with why. The streaming platform wants to distribute it. Julian would make actual money, get real exposure. All I have to do is sign a release allowing my image and story to be used commercially. Julian says it's just a formality, that the documentary already exists, and refusing to sign makes me petty. Denise says if I sign that release, she's leaving me. Says she can't stay married to someone who'd let our son profit from humiliating us. That signing would validate Julian's betrayal. My therapist asks what I want beyond making Julian understand he hurt me. I don't know anymore. Part of me wants to sue him, force him to pull the documentary. Part of me thinks he's right, that my life is mediocre, and maybe his brutal honesty is a gift, even if wrapped in betrayal. Former students have been reaching out, some supportive, saying the documentary misrepresents me. Others agreeing with Julian's thesis, saying I did teach them to dream bigger than I allowed myself to dream. I don't know which perspective hurts more. Should I sue my son to stop distribution of a documentary that frames my life as a failure? Should I sign the release and accept that he has the right to his perspective, even when it destroys my privacy? Or should I do what Julian would probably expect? Take the safe route, do nothing, and let my mediocre life become entertainment for strangers who want to feel superior to the man who chose teaching over ambition. My wife pretended to have cancer to test if I'd stay through real illness. I'm Robert, 50, married to Vanessa, 48, for 22 years. We have 2 daughters, Isabel, 19, and Maya, 16. Our marriage has been solid, no major issues, normal ups and downs of long-term relationships. We've built a good life together, both work full-time, support each other's goals, have the kind of comfortable partnership that comes from decades together. 6 months ago, Vanessa told me she had breast cancer. Stage 2, caught during a routine mammogram. She showed me the imaging results, the biopsy report, the oncologist's treatment plan. I was devastated but tried to stay strong for her. She'd need surgery, chemotherapy, radiation. The prognosis was good if we caught it early and treated aggressively. I immediately restructured my life around her treatment, took family leave from my job to be available for appointments and recovery, researched everything about breast cancer, treatment options, side effects, survival rates, set up a meal train with friends, organized the house to make her recovery easier, became her primary caregiver and advocate. The surgery was scheduled for early October. Vanessa went in for what was supposed to be a lumpectomy with possible mastectomy, depending on what they found. I waited in the surgical waiting room for 5 hours with both daughters and my parents. Finally, the surgeon came out looking satisfied. Said the procedure went well, margins were clean, lymph nodes clear, better than expected. Recovery was hard. Vanessa was in pain, exhausted. I managed her medications, changed her bandages, helped her dress. She started chemo in November. I went to every infusion, held her hand through the nausea, cleaned up when she got sick, stayed up with her during the insomnia. Lost hair with her, shaved my head in solidarity. The girls were scared, but I kept things stable, kept the household running. Through all of it, I never wavered. Never complained about the caregiving burden, never resented the disruption to my life. She was my wife. She had cancer. I was going to be there for her. That's what marriage means. 3 weeks ago, Vanessa's sister Christina came to visit. She'd been supportive throughout the illness, helping coordinate family support, sending care packages. She stayed with us for a weekend. On Sunday morning, I overheard her and Vanessa talking in the kitchen. I was coming downstairs and heard Christina say something that stopped me cold. "How much longer are you going to keep this up? 6 months is a long time to maintain a lie." I stood frozen on the stairs. Vanessa responded, "Just through the last chemo session. Then I'll tell him it's in remission. The experiment will be complete." Experiment? Van, this is insane. You need to tell Robert the truth. The truth is, I needed to know if he'd stay. If things got really bad, would he actually be there, or would he bail? Now I know. I walked into the kitchen. Both of them went silent. Christina looked guilty. Vanessa tried to compose herself, but I could see the panic in her eyes. "Tell me what truth?" I asked quietly. Vanessa started to say something, but Christina cut her off. "Van's not sick. There's no cancer. Never was. She faked it to test you." The room started spinning. I grabbed the counter to steady myself. "What?" Vanessa tried to explain. Said she'd been feeling insecure in our marriage, worried that our relationship had become too comfortable, that I'd drift away if something really challenged us. Her best friend's husband had left when she got sick, and it had terrified Vanessa. Made her question whether I'd actually stay if she faced real illness. "So you faked cancer?" "I created a scenario to see how you'd respond, to see if you'd really be there when things were hard. The imaging results? The biopsy report? The surgery?" Vanessa admitted she'd faked all of it. The mammogram images were from someone else, found online. The biopsy report was fabricated using medical templates. The surgery was real, but it was for something else entirely. She'd had a benign cyst removed and used the recovery to simulate cancer surgery. The chemo sessions? Saline infusions at a private clinic. I told them I wanted to understand what chemo felt like for a project I was doing. They thought I was a researcher. "You've been getting saline infusions for months? Making yourself sick deliberately?" "I took anti-nausea medication that made me nauseous. Hair loss was from deliberately damaging my hair with chemicals. I needed it to be believable." I sat down hard in a kitchen chair. 6 months. I'd spent 6 months restructuring my entire life around a wife with cancer. Lost my job because I'd used all my leave. Emotionally supported my daughters through their mother's illness. Went into debt paying for treatments that insurance didn't cover because they weren't actually treatments. They were props in my wife's experiment. Who else knew? Christina said she'd only found out a month ago when Vanessa confided in her. But Vanessa admitted her sister had known from the beginning, and her therapist. They'd helped her plan the test. "Your therapist helped you fake cancer to test your husband?" "My therapist helped me work through my fear of abandonment. The cancer test was my idea, but she supported exploring my anxiety about your commitment." I looked at Christina. "You've known for a month, and you let this continue?" "I've been trying to convince her to tell you. I thought she'd end it weeks ago. When she didn't, I decided to tell you myself today." Isabel appeared in the doorway then, home from college for spring break. She'd heard the raised voices, asked what was wrong. I didn't know how to tell my daughter that her mother had faked having cancer for 6 months to test me. Vanessa told her. Isabel stood there processing, then looked at her mother with something like disgust. "You let me think you were dying? I deferred my study abroad program because I didn't want to be away while you were sick. I've been in therapy dealing with the trauma of your cancer diagnosis. And it was fake? Honey, I needed to know. You needed to know if Dad would stay? So you traumatized your entire family? Made us all suffer for 6 months as some kind of loyalty test?" Maya came downstairs then, confused by the yelling. When we explained, she started crying. Said she'd been having nightmares about losing her mom. Had been struggling in school because she couldn't focus. All of it based on a manufactured crisis. Vanessa kept trying to justify it. Said she'd been genuinely afraid I'd leave if she got sick. That testing me was the only way to know for sure. That now she knew I'd stay through anything, which gave her security she'd never had before. That the suffering was worth it for the knowledge that our marriage could survive real hardship. It wasn't real hardship, it was manufactured hardship. There's a difference. But you didn't know that. Your response was real, that's what matters. What matters is you deliberately traumatized me and our daughters for 6 months. You made us believe you were dying. Christina tried to mediate, but I asked her to leave. She'd known about this deception and said nothing for weeks. After she left, I looked at Vanessa sitting at the kitchen table, trying to look sympathetic and remorseful, but really just defensive about her choice. "I need you to understand something," I said. "I would have stayed. If you'd really been sick, I would have been there through all of it. That's who I am. That's what marriage means to me. You didn't need to test that." But I did need to. My anxiety about abandonment was destroying me. Now I know for sure. Now you know for sure that you're willing to psychologically torture your family to manage your anxiety. What you've learned about yourself should terrify you more than any fear of abandonment. I've been staying at my brother's place for 3 weeks. Vanessa calls constantly, sends long texts about her childhood abandonment issues, about how her father left when her mother got sick, about how that trauma shaped her fear. Her therapist wants me to come to a session. Vanessa says if I'd just understand her perspective, I'd see this wasn't malicious, it was self-protection. But I can't get past 6 months of manufactured crisis. Every moment I spent researching breast cancer treatment options. Every night I stayed awake while she suffered through fake side effects. Every conversation I had with our daughters about their mother's mortality. All of it based on a lie designed to test my loyalty. My employer won't reinstate me. Said I used family leave under false pretenses, that technically Vanessa wasn't sick, so my leave was fraudulent. I might have grounds to sue Vanessa for the lost wages, but that feels vindictive even now. Isabel refuses to speak to her mother. Says what Vanessa did was abusive. That manufacturing a terminal illness to test family members is unforgivable. Maya is conflicted, wants to forgive her mom, but can't stop thinking about the months of unnecessary fear. Vanessa's sister called to apologize for not telling me sooner. Said she'd been caught between loyalty to her sister and knowing what was right. That she'd finally realized staying silent made her complicit. She thinks Vanessa needs serious psychiatric help, that faking cancer isn't normal anxiety management. My therapist, who I started seeing after this revelation, says what Vanessa did could be classified as factitious disorder imposed on another, making someone else believe you're sick to gain something, usually attention or sympathy. That it's a serious psychological condition that requires intensive treatment. Vanessa's therapist, the one who supported her through this, has apparently dropped her as a client after realizing the full extent of what happened. Professional Ethics Board is reviewing the case because helping a client fake cancer crosses several boundaries. I found receipts yesterday for all the supplies Vanessa bought to maintain the deception. Wigs that looked like her real hair, medical-grade bandages, prescription anti-nausea medication she took deliberately to make herself sick. The private clinic bills for months of saline infusions. She'd spent thousands of dollars on props for her test. The surgeon who performed the cyst removal called me yesterday. Said Vanessa had told him it was cancer surgery, that he'd only learned after the fact it was a benign cyst. He's appalled. Says he never would have framed the surgery that way if he'd known she was deceiving her family. He's considering reporting her for fraud. Vanessa sent another email this morning. Says she's in a psychiatric facility getting help, that she realizes now what she did was wrong, that her fear of abandonment was so extreme it overrode her judgment, that she loves me and hopes someday I can forgive her. But how do you forgive someone who faked cancer to test your loyalty, who put your children through 6 months of trauma, who destroyed your career and your trust, who looked you in the eye while you shaved your head in solidarity and said nothing? Should I try to understand that Vanessa's abandonment issues were so severe they drove her to this? Should I divorce her for the unforgivable betrayal? Or is there some middle ground where a marriage survives one spouse faking a terminal illness to test the other spouse's commitment? My daughter hired a private investigator to prove I'm an unfit grandparent. I'm Howard, 56, grandfather to 3 children through my daughter Cassandra, 32. The grandkids are Oliver, 7, Hazel, 5, and baby Iris, 18 months. I've been actively involved since Oliver was born, babysitting regularly, attending school events, building a close relationship with all 3. My wife passed away 4 years ago, and being with the grandkids has been one of my greatest joys during that grief. Cassandra and her husband Joel, 34, both work demanding jobs in finance. They've relied on me heavily for childcare, sometimes 3 or 4 days a week. I never minded. I'm retired, have the time, love being with the kids. We've had a good system where I pick them up from school and daycare, feed them dinner, help with homework, get them ready for bed before Cassandra and Joel get home around 8 or 9. Last month, Cassandra asked if I could watch the kids for a full weekend while they attended a work conference in Chicago. Of course I agreed. We had a great weekend, went to the park, made cookies, watched movies. Oliver and Hazel stayed over at my house. Iris, too. Everything went smoothly, or so I thought. When Cassandra picked them up Sunday evening, she seemed tense, asked detailed questions about what we'd done, what they'd eaten, what time they went to bed. I thought she was just being a thorough parent, making sure everything had gone well. But her questioning felt different, more investigative than curious. Tuesday, she called asking to meet for coffee. Just the 2 of us, she said. We met at a place near her office. She had a folder with her, thick with papers. My stomach started to worry before she even opened it. Dad, I need to show you something. Don't be angry, but I've been concerned about your ability to safely care for the kids. She slid the folder across the table. Inside were photographs, dozens of them. Me at the park with the kids, at the grocery store, in my own home visible through windows. Time-stamped, dated, annotated with observations. What is this? I hired an investigator. For the past 6 weeks, he's been documenting your interactions with the children to assess whether you're providing adequate supervision and care. I stared at these surveillance photos of me with my grandchildren. You had me followed? Had someone spy on me with the kids? I needed to know if my concerns were valid, and they are, Dad. The investigator documented multiple safety issues. She pointed to specific photos. One showed Oliver on a playground climbing structure while I sat on a bench about 20 feet away. Cassandra's annotation. Inadequate supervision. Child on high structure without immediate adult presence. Another photo showed me at a crosswalk holding Hazel's hand while Oliver walked a few steps ahead. Annotation. Failure to maintain physical contact with all children in traffic situation. A third showed me pushing Iris in a stroller while simultaneously too sensitive. She'd been cataloging criticisms to present to me as areas for growth. This was an intervention disguised as a funeral. This was a reality check disguised as a memorial, Sharon corrected. You've been spiraling into self-pity about nobody appreciating you. I wanted to show you that people have opinions, both good and bad, but they all showed up. That means something. It means they thought I died. They came out of obligation to a dead man, not appreciation for a living one. I asked Sharon to send me all the video files. She hesitated, said maybe I shouldn't watch them all, that some were particularly harsh. I insisted. She transferred everything to my phone. Hours of footage from multiple cameras hidden around the house. My entire social circle critiquing me at my fake funeral. I'd been staying at a hotel for the past week, watching the videos. Some parts are as bad as the first clips I saw. Other parts are more nuanced. People do share positive memories mixed with the criticisms. But the overall picture is devastating. I'm seen as difficult, needy, self-absorbed, rigid. Even people who claim to love me find me exhausting. My brother called after hearing what happened. He was furious, said Sharon's plan was cruel and manipulative, that if I had legitimate insecurity about relationships, the solution wasn't to confirm my worst fears by recording people's criticisms. But part of me wonders if Sharon was right, if this was brutal honesty I needed to hear. I've been going through life thinking people liked me, that I was a good husband and father and friend. These videos show a different reality. Maybe I am too needy, too serious, too focused on myself. Maybe this was tough love I needed, even if the delivery was traumatic. Sharon wants me to come home, says we can go through the videos together and use them as a roadmap for improvement. Rachel texted that the whole thing got out of hand, but the core intention was good. Connor said I'm proving everyone right by being too sensitive about this. Only Lily has apologized, saying Mom's plan was wrong and she should never have agreed to it. My therapist, who I started seeing after this happened, says what my family did was psychologically abusive, that staging a funeral and recording criticisms isn't tough love, it's cruelty, that I should be angry, not contemplating whether they were right. But I can't stop watching the videos, can't stop analyzing every criticism to see if it's valid. My mother calling me rigid. Am I too inflexible? Tom saying I need validation. Do I seek approval too much? Sharon's sister calling me self-absorbed. Have I been neglecting my wife's needs? The photos from my funeral are still up in the house. Sharon says she'll take them down when I come home. My wedding photo on an easel surrounded by flowers, like I actually died. My children standing in a room full of people who came to mourn me, recording their honest feelings. Shock. Drove home and immediately called Ethan. He was furious when I told him. Said Cassandra had been talking about concerns with my babysitting for months, but he'd dismissed it as new parent paranoia. Never imagined she'd hire an investigator. Dad, these photos are insane. You're doing normal grandparent stuff and she's treating it like evidence of negligence. I looked through the photos again that night. Dozens of moments with my grandchildren, framed as proof I'm unfit. Me sitting while Oliver climbed. Me checking my phone while pushing a stroller. Me reading while kids played in a fenced yard. All normal, all now weaponized against me. Cassandra sent a formal email the next day outlining new visitation terms. I could see the children at her house, with her or Joel present. No more solo babysitting, no more overnights, no more picking them up from school. She'd be hiring professional childcare going forward. I appreciate all you've done, Dad, but the investigator's report makes clear that what I thought was adequate supervision wasn't meeting safety standards. I have to prioritize the children's welfare over your feelings. I responded asking what specific incident had prompted this investigation. What had happened to make her think I was unsafe? She said there was no single incident, just an accumulating concern about my attentiveness and energy levels. You're getting older, Dad. Your reflexes aren't what they were. You get tired more easily. I needed objective proof that these age-related limitations weren't putting my kids at risk. I'm 56 years old. I run 3 times a week. I'm in better shape than Joel, who's 34 and can't climb stairs without getting winded. But Cassandra had decided my age made me inherently less capable, and she'd hired someone to document proof of that predetermined conclusion. Oliver called me crying 2 days later. Said Mommy told him he couldn't come to Grandpa's house anymore, that it wasn't safe, that Grandpa was too old to take care of him properly. My 7-year-old grandson was told his grandfather was too old and unsafe. I called Cassandra furious. You told Oliver I'm too old to take care of him? I told him in age-appropriate language that we were making changes to care arrangements. He interpreted that as you being too old. You've made him afraid to be with me, afraid of his own grandfather. I've made him understand that care arrangements are changing. If he's afraid, that's unfortunate, but safety comes first. Ethan tried to mediate, suggested Cassandra was overreacting, that hiring an investigator was extreme, that the photos showed nothing concerning. Cassandra sent him the full report. He read it and called me laughing. Dad, this is ridiculous. The investigator notes that you permitted a 7-year-old child to walk approximately 4 feet ahead of caregiver in a residential area with minimal traffic. That's a safety concern? Oliver walking 4 feet ahead of you? But Cassandra wouldn't budge. She'd paid for a professional assessment, received a report, and was implementing its recommendations. In her mind, she was being a responsible parent. In mine, she was destroying my relationship with my grandchildren based on surveillance photos of normal activities. I haven't seen Oliver, Hazel, or Iris alone in 3 weeks. The one supervised visit I had was awkward and painful. Cassandra hovering, correcting how I interacted with the kids. When Oliver climbed on my couch, she said, "Careful, Grandpa might not be able to catch you if you fall." When I offered them cookies I'd baked, she checked the ingredients and said, "Grandpa forgets about sugar limits." Joel has been silent through all this. When I asked him directly if he thought I was unsafe, he said Cassandra was handling the childcare decisions, that he trusted her judgment, that the investigator's report raised valid points, even if some seemed nitpicky. My neighbors found out about the investigation. The PI had been in the area regularly, some people had noticed. When they heard why, reactions were mixed. Some thought Cassandra was being protective. Others thought hiring an investigator to spy on a grandfather with his grandchildren was paranoid and controlling. Cassandra's narrative to extended family is that I'm struggling with age-related limitations that compromise my ability to supervise multiple young children. That this is hard for everyone, but she has to prioritize safety. My narrative is that she hired a PI to manufacture evidence of neglect from photos of normal grandparenting. The worst part is the photos themselves. Moments I remember as joyful, now framed as inadequate. Oliver climbing while I watched proudly, reframed as negligent supervision. Hazel holding my hand at a crosswalk, reframed as failure to restrain both children. Every grandparent moment I'd treasured, now evidence I'm unfit. Ethan says I should get a lawyer, that Cassandra can't legally prevent me from seeing my grandchildren without cause. But lawyers mean court, documentation, judges deciding if supervised visits are warranted based on photos of me at the park. It means turning family conflict into legal battle. Should I fight this legally and risk further damaging my relationship with Cassandra? Should I accept supervised visits and hope she eventually trusts me again? Or should I recognize that a daughter who'd hire a PI to surveil her own father with his grandchildren has trust issues no amount of compliance will fix? My husband secretly had me fired from my job so I'd have more time for the family. I'm Laura, 46, working as a senior project manager at a tech firm for the past 12 years. Worked my way up from entry level, earned promotions through dedication and long hours. My husband, Derek, 48, works in sales at a pharmaceutical company. We have 2 kids, Ethan, 17, and Sophie, 14. Derek's always said he was proud of my career, that he supported my ambitions even when my job required travel or late nights. About 6 months ago, I was offered a promotion to director level. It came with a significant raise, more responsibility, and yes, more demands on my time. I'd need to travel more frequently, maybe twice a month instead of quarterly. The hours would be longer during project launches, but it was everything I'd been working toward, the culmination of 12 years of effort. I discussed it with Derek before accepting. He seemed supportive, said we'd figure out the logistics as a family. The kids were old enough to be more independent. Ethan would be off to college next year anyway. Derek said he could adjust his schedule to be home more when I traveled. Everything seemed aligned. I accepted the position in March, started the new role in April. The first month was intense, learning new systems, meeting stakeholders, establishing my authority with the team. I was working 60-hour weeks, but I expected that during the transition period. Derek made some comments about never seeing me, but I figured it was adjustment period complaints. In May, my travel schedule ramped up. I was gone 3 times that month for various site visits and conferences. Each time I returned, Derek seemed more distant. The kids were fine, managing their schoolwork and activities, but Derek would make passive-aggressive comments about being a single parent while I was off networking. I tried to address it, asked if we needed to talk about the new demands. He said no, that he was handling it, just tired. I offered to cut back on optional travel. He said not to worry about it, that he'd manage. I believed him, because that's what partners do. They communicate honestly. 3 weeks ago, I was called into my boss's office unexpectedly. She looked uncomfortable, said HR needed to discuss something with me. My stomach dropped. In HR, there were 2 people I'd never met before, and my direct supervisor. They had a folder with my name on it. The HR director started by saying they'd received concerning information about my conduct, that there had been complaints about my behavior toward junior staff, about inappropriate comments, and creating a hostile work environment. I was stunned. I'd never had any complaints in 12 years. My team evaluations had always been strong. They showed me documentation. 3 separate complaints from team members over the past 2 months, all detailed, all specific. Claims that I'd made dismissive comments about their work, that I'd yelled at people during meetings, that I'd sent aggressive late-night emails berating staff for minor mistakes. I read through the complaints in disbelief. Some of the incidents described were real meetings I'd attended, but the characterization was completely twisted. A direct conversation about a missed deadline became aggressive berating. A candid discussion about improving presentation skills became public humiliation. Standard manager feedback twisted into evidence of hostility. These aren't accurate representations of what happened, I said. The HR director said multiple people corroborating similar experiences was concerning, that they took workplace culture very seriously. I was being placed on immediate administrative leave pending a full investigation. I was escorted from the building that afternoon. 12 years of work, of building relationships and credibility, and I was walked out like a criminal. I called Derek from the parking lot, crying. He said he was in a meeting, would call back later. I drove home in shock, trying to understand how this had happened. That evening, Derek came home and I explained everything. He listened, nodded, said appropriate sympathetic things, but something in his expression was off. Too calm, not surprised enough. "Did you know about this?" I asked. "Know about what?" "The complaints. Did someone tell you this was happening?" He hesitated just a moment too long. "No. How would I know?" But I'd been married to him for 19 years. I knew when he was lying. I pushed. He insisted he knew nothing. But over the next few days, his behavior was strange. He seemed almost relieved that I was home all day. Made comments about how nice it was to have dinner together every night. How the house was cleaner with me around more. I started investigating on my own. Called a colleague I trusted, asked her about the complaints. She was uncomfortable, but eventually admitted that some of the complainants were people I barely interacted with. Junior staff from different departments who'd been in maybe 1 meeting with me total. It didn't make sense that they'd have detailed complaints about my management style. I hired a lawyer who specialized in employment issues, gave him everything I had. He requested the full complaint documentation through formal channels. When we got it, he noticed something I'd missed initially. The complaints had been filed within days of each other, all using very similar language, like they'd been coordinated or coached. My lawyer requested metadata on the complaint emails. The company pushed back but eventually provided it. 2 of the 3 complaints had been sent from IP addresses that weren't associated with company networks. They'd been sent from personal devices outside of work. One had been sent at 11 p.m. on a Saturday from a location that didn't match where that employee lived. Something was very wrong. These weren't organic complaints from staff who'd experienced workplace issues. These were manufactured complaints, possibly coerced or incentivized somehow. I confronted Derek again that night, told him I knew the complaints were suspicious, that someone had orchestrated this. He got defensive, said I was being paranoid, that maybe I needed to consider that my management style had actually caused problems. You're defending them? You think I'm a bad manager? I think you've been so focused on your career that you might not have noticed how you were treating people. That's when I knew. The way he said it, with too much certainty, like he'd already decided I was guilty. I checked our family computer that night after Derek went to bed. Found his email open, which was unlike him. He usually logged out. Started scrolling through recent messages. Found a thread that made my blood run cold. Emails between Derek and someone named Josh Miller, one of the junior staff who'd filed a complaint against me. Derek had reached out to him 2 months ago, said he was my husband and concerned about my behavior at work. Asked if Josh would be willing to document concerning interactions to help Derek understand what was happening. Offered to compensate him for his time since this was emotionally difficult. There were more emails. Derek had contacted all 3 complainants individually, fed them language about my behavior, suggested specific incidents to reference, paid each of them $2,000 through Venmo, which I found in our banking records labeled as consulting fees. My husband had orchestrated my firing, paid my coworkers to file false complaints because he wanted me out of my job, because my promotion had created demands on my time that he didn't want to accommodate. I woke him up, showed him the emails on my phone. He sat up slowly, looking at the screen, then at me. You went through my email? You paid people to lie about me. You got me fired. I didn't get you fired. I brought attention to concerning behavior. What they did with that information was their choice. You fabricated the behavior. These complaints are based on conversations you created, incidents you suggested. He got out of bed, started pacing. You weren't listening when I told you the promotion was too much. You were never home. The kids needed you. I needed you. You chose your career over your family. So you destroyed my career? I created an opportunity for you to refocus on what actually matters. Yes, I helped some junior employees document what they were experiencing. If their complaints were taken seriously, that says something about your behavior. They were paid to file complaints based on scripts you wrote. Derek's face hardened. I did what I had to do to save our family. You were so obsessed with your director title that you couldn't see what you were losing. Our marriage, our kids. Ethan barely knows you anymore. Sophie stopped asking you to her concerts because you were always traveling. So you sabotaged my job instead of talking to me? I tried talking to you. You didn't listen. This was the only option left. I called my lawyer at 7 the next morning, sent him screenshots of everything I'd found. He was quiet for a long time after reviewing the emails. This is fraud. What your husband did is actionable. The company will likely settle quickly to avoid being associated with this. The individuals he paid could face charges. Your husband could face charges. I just want my job back, my reputation restored. We can do that. But Laura, your husband committed a serious crime to get you fired. You need to think about whether you want to pursue this personally or just professionally. I've been staying at a hotel for the past week. Derek has been calling constantly, alternating between apologetic and defensive. Says he did it out of love, that he was trying to save our family, that if I'd just accepted being a manager instead of director, none of this would have been necessary. My company's legal team reached out yesterday. They've launched an internal investigation after my lawyer sent them the evidence. The 3 employees who filed complaints have been suspended. Derek could face legal action for fraud and conspiracy. I'll likely get my job back with a settlement for wrongful termination. But my career is permanently damaged. Everyone at the company knows about the complaints now. Even once I'm vindicated, there will always be whispers. Derek made sure of that when he couldn't control me through conversation, so he destroyed my professional reputation instead. Ethan is furious with his father, says what Derek did was psychotic and controlling. Sophie is confused, keeps asking if I really was mean at work or if Dad lied. She's 14 and trying to understand why her father would sabotage her mother's career. Derek's parents called me yesterday. His mother said I was overreacting, that Derek was just trying to help me see I'd taken on too much, that a good wife would prioritize family over career advancement, that women my age should be focusing on supporting their families, not chasing corporate titles. My own mother was horrified, said what Derek did was unforgivable, that I should divorce him immediately. But 19 years of marriage doesn't end easily, even when your spouse commits fraud to control you. The investigation should conclude in another week. My lawyer is confident we'll win, but winning doesn't feel like victory. My reputation is damaged. My marriage is likely over. My children are caught in the middle of their parents' divorce over corporate ambition and control. Derek sent me a long email this morning, said he'd do it again if he had to, that my career had become an addiction and he was staging an intervention, that sometimes you have to make hard choices for the people you love, even when they don't understand, that eventually I'd thank him for helping me see what really mattered. Should I press charges against Derek for what he did? Should I try to salvage the marriage with someone who destroyed my career because he couldn't control my ambitions? Or should I accept that some betrayals are too fundamental to forgive, even from someone you've loved for 19 years?
My wife and son switched my medications with placebos to prove I didn't need them.
I'm Michael, 53, diagnosed with clinical depression and generalized anxiety disorder 15 years ago after a breakdown that nearly ended my career. I've been on medication ever since, a combination of an antidepressant and an anti-anxiety medication that took years to get right. Once we found the correct dosage and combination, I stabilized, became functional again, could work, could be present for my family, could feel like myself. My wife, Karen, 51, has always been skeptical of psychiatric medications. She's into holistic wellness, believes most mental health issues can be managed through diet, exercise, and mindfulness. She went along with my treatment initially because I was in crisis, but over the years, she's made comments about me being dependent on pills, about pharmaceutical companies creating lifelong customers rather than curing people. Our son Blake, 28, is a personal trainer who's adopted his mother's wellness philosophy. He posts on social media about the dangers of over-medication, about how most people on antidepressants could manage their symptoms through lifestyle changes. He sent me articles about medication side effects, about studies showing exercise can be as effective as antidepressants. I've explained that I do exercise, I do eat well, and I still need medication, that my brain chemistry requires medical intervention. 4 months ago, I started feeling off, more anxious than usual, intrusive thoughts returning, difficulty sleeping. I figured it was stress from work, a big project that was demanding more hours, but it got progressively worse. By week 3, I was having panic attacks again, something I hadn't experienced in over a decade. The depression was creeping back, that familiar heaviness making it hard to function. I called my psychiatrist. She asked if I'd been taking my medications consistently. I said yes, same routine for 15 years. I never missed doses. She increased my antidepressant slightly, thinking maybe I'd developed some tolerance. But the increase didn't help. If anything, things got worse. By month 2, I was barely functional, calling in sick to work, having trouble getting out of bed. Karen kept suggesting I try her supplements, her meditation apps, her wellness routine. Said maybe my body was telling me it was time to get off the medications, that the anxiety and depression returning was actually withdrawal, and I needed to push through it. I told her that's not how psychiatric medication works, that suddenly stopping or reducing effectiveness would be dangerous. She said I was too dependent on pharmaceutical solutions, that I needed to trust natural healing. By month 3, I was in crisis. My psychiatrist was baffled because my medication levels should have been stabilizing me. She ran blood tests to check the drug levels in my system. The results showed barely any presence of the medications I'd been taking daily for weeks. "Are you actually taking these, Michael? The levels suggest you've barely taken any doses." I was confused and angry. "I take them every morning, same routine for 15 years. She ordered more extensive testing. The results came back showing I had trace amounts consistent with maybe 1 dose per week, not daily dosing. Either I was lying about taking them, or something was wrong with the medications themselves. I took my pill bottles to a pharmacy and asked them to test the contents. The pharmacist looked at me strangely, but agreed. 3 days later, he called with results that made my blood run cold. The pills in my prescription bottles weren't my medications. They were sugar pills, placebos. Someone had replaced every single pill in both bottles with look-alike placebos. That's why my blood tests showed minimal medication presence. That's why I'd been spiraling for 3 months. I hadn't been taking my actual medications. I confronted Karen that night. She was in the kitchen preparing her usual elaborate dinner, some wellness recipe she'd found online. I put both pill bottles on the counter. "These are placebos. Someone replaced my medications with sugar pills." She didn't look surprised, didn't look concerned, just kept chopping vegetables. "Karen, did you do this?" She finally looked at me. "Blake and I discussed it. You've been on those medications for 15 years. Your body should have adjusted, healed itself. We thought if you didn't know you weren't taking them, we could see if you really needed them, or if it was just psychological dependence." I couldn't process what she was saying. "You experimented on me? You took away my medications without my knowledge or consent?" "We were trying to help you. The pharmaceutical industry has convinced you that you can't function without these pills. We wanted to prove you could." "I can't. I've been in crisis for 3 months. I've barely been able to work. I'm having panic attacks. I can't sleep. Because you took away my medications." "Those are withdrawal symptoms. You have to push through them to get to the other side." "That's not how psychiatric medication works. You could have killed me. People commit suicide during unmanaged depressive episodes." Karen finally stopped chopping. "Don't be dramatic. We were monitoring you. If it got really bad, we would have intervened." "It did get really bad. I've been suffering for 3 months while you watched and called it an experiment." Blake came home then, heard us arguing. I turned on him. "You helped her do this?" "Dad, you're overreacting. Mom and I agreed that you've been using medications as a crutch. We gave you an opportunity to prove you could manage without them. By secretly replacing them with placebos while I spiraled into depression and anxiety? By removing the psychological dependency on pills and letting your natural healing capacity emerge." I was shaking with rage and the remnants of 3 months of untreated anxiety. "You're not doctors. Neither of you has any medical training. You took it upon yourselves to stop my psychiatric treatment without telling me." Karen started talking about all the research she'd done, articles she'd read about overprescription of psychiatric medications. Blake chimed in about his clients who'd successfully gotten off antidepressants through exercise and nutrition. They'd convinced themselves they were helping me break free from pharmaceutical dependency. Where are my actual medications? Karen said she'd thrown them away, all of them. Months' worth of prescriptions, flushed down the toilet when she'd replaced them with placebos. I'd have to get new prescriptions, start over, wait for them to build back up in my system. Weeks more of suffering because my wife and son decided my psychiatrist was wrong, and they knew better. I left the house that night, checked into a hotel, called my psychiatrist from the room and explained everything. She was horrified, said what they did was not only dangerous but potentially illegal, that tampering with someone's prescription medications could constitute assault. She filed an emergency prescription and sent it to a pharmacy near my hotel. I've been living in this hotel for 2 weeks now, started taking my actual medications again. My psychiatrist warned it would take time to stabilize after 3 months of unknowingly being unmedicated. The panic attacks are less frequent. The depression is starting to lift slightly, but I'm not back to baseline and won't be for weeks. Karen has been calling constantly, says I'm overreacting, that their intentions were good, that they were trying to free me from pharmaceutical dependency, that I'm being ungrateful for their concern about my health. Blake posted on social media about how pharmaceutical companies convince people they can't survive without drugs. Clearly about me, though he didn't name me directly. My daughter Ashley, 25, who lives across the country, called after I told her what happened. She was furious with her mother and brother, said what they did was abuse, that I should press charges. I hadn't considered that until she said it, but my psychiatrist had mentioned the same thing. I consulted with a lawyer yesterday. He said tampering with prescription medications is indeed illegal, could constitute assault or reckless endangerment, that I'd have a strong case, especially with the pharmacy documentation proving the pills were placebos and the medical records showing my decline during those 3 months. But he also said suing my wife and son would be complicated, expensive, and destructive to whatever family relationships remain. Karen came to the hotel 2 days ago. Security called my room first, asked if I wanted to see her. I said yes, curious what she'd say. She came up looking tired, like she'd been crying. Sat in the chair by the window and said she was sorry. Sorry for what specifically? For not telling you what we were doing. We should have been honest about the experiment. Karen, the problem isn't that you didn't tell me. The problem is that you did it at all. You took away my medications without medical supervision. You watched me suffer for 3 months. I didn't think you were really suffering. I thought it was psychosomatic. Your mind convinced you needed the pills, creating fake symptoms. My symptoms were real. The panic attacks, the depression, the inability to function, all real, all caused by you removing my medications. She started crying. Blake was so sure. He showed me all this research about people successfully managing mental health through lifestyle changes. He said you could do it too if you weren't dependent on pills. Blake is a personal trainer, not a psychiatrist. Why did you trust him over my doctor? Because he's our son. Because I wanted to believe we could help you get better without relying on medications forever. I am better when I'm on medications. That's the point. They work. My brain needs them. Karen left eventually, still insisting their intentions were good, even if the execution was flawed. Blake hasn't apologized, still posts about pharmaceutical industry conspiracy theories on social media. My brother called yesterday, said Blake had told him about the intervention they'd staged to free me from medication dependency, painting himself as heroic. Ashley flew home last weekend, stayed at the hotel with me. We talked about what this means for my marriage, for my relationship with Blake. She said I should divorce Karen and cut off Blake completely, that people who endanger your health don't deserve access to your life. But it's not that simple. 25 years of marriage, a son I helped raise. They didn't think they were hurting me. They genuinely believed they were helping, freeing me from unnecessary medications. That their love and concern got twisted into dangerous action doesn't mean the love wasn't real. My psychiatrist disagrees, says love doesn't involve experimenting on people without consent. That removing someone's psychiatric medications and watching them spiral is abuse, regardless of intention. She's documented everything for my records in case I decide to pursue legal action. I'm still in this hotel room, still rebuilding my medication stability, still trying to understand how my wife and son could do this to me. They took away the medications that kept me functional for 15 years because they decided they knew better than medical professionals. They watched me suffer and called it healing. They experimented on me like I was a lab rat in their wellness hypothesis. Karen wants me to come home, says we can go to marriage counseling, work through this. Blake sent a text saying he stands by his decision, that someday I'll thank them for trying to free me from pharmaceutical control. My daughter says if I reconcile with them, she'll
Question my judgment forever. Should I press charges against my wife and son for tampering with my medications? Should I try to save my marriage despite Karen endangering my mental health? Or should I accept that some betrayals are too fundamental to forgive, even when they come from people who claim they were just trying to help? My daughter convinced my terminally ill wife to exclude me from her final weeks. I'm Nathan, 51, married to Claire, 50, for 28 years. She was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer 9 months ago. The prognosis was grim from the start, 12 to 18 months at best. We've spent these months preparing, talking about end-of-life wishes, making memories while she still felt well enough. Our daughter Amber, 26, has been involved throughout, flying home from Seattle regularly to spend time with her mother. Claire's health declined sharply last month. The oncologist said she likely had weeks, not months. We discussed hospice care at home where she'd be comfortable, surrounded by family. I took leave from my job to be her primary caregiver. Amber said she'd work remotely from our house during this final period. Our son Marcus, 23, was planning to come home from grad school. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. Amber sat me down while Claire was sleeping and said we needed to talk about Mom's final wishes. That Claire had been confiding in her about concerns she'd been having. I asked what concerns. Amber said Claire was worried about how I'd handle the end, that my presence was making her anxious about dying. Mom's anxious about dying in front of me? She says you're struggling with acceptance, that you keep talking about clinical trials and alternative treatments when she's ready to let go, that you're making her final days about your inability to accept her death rather than her need for peace. I was stunned. Claire and I had talked extensively about her prognosis. We'd agreed on palliative care only. I'd never pushed for treatments she didn't want. I told Amber this. Dad, Mom doesn't want to hurt your feelings, so she's been telling me things she can't tell you directly. She's worried you'll make her ending traumatic because you can't let go. Let go? I'm her husband. I'm supposed to be with her. Amber handed me a document. It was a care plan Claire had allegedly created with her palliative doctor, stating her wishes for her final weeks. Most of it was standard, expected things. But one section made my stomach drop. Primary caregiver, Amber Henderson. Nathan Henderson to visit limited hours as patient's comfort allows. I'd been replaced as Claire's primary caregiver by our daughter. According to this document, I was being limited to visiting hours like I was some distant relative rather than her husband of 28 years. Claire wrote this? Mom signed it with her palliative doctor present. It's legally binding. She wants me as primary caregiver because she needs someone who can handle her death without making it about their own grief. I went to Claire immediately. She was awake, looking frail but alert. I asked about the care plan. Her face showed confusion at first, then something like resignation. Amber showed you? She said you don't want me as your caregiver anymore, that my presence makes you anxious. Claire closed her eyes. Amber's been very helpful planning things. She thinks this arrangement might be easier. Easier for whom? I want to be here with you. Every moment we have left.
Nathan, you have to understand. Amber's right that you've been struggling. Maybe having some distance would be better for both of us. Distance? You're dying. I don't want distance. I want to be with my wife. Claire looked away. This is what I've decided. Please respect it. I moved into our guest room that day. Amber took over the master bedroom, sleeping in a cot next to Claire's hospital bed that hospice had delivered. My visiting hours were 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the evening. The rest of the time, Amber controlled access to my dying wife. The arrangement felt surreal and wrong. When I was allowed in the room, Amber stayed, monitoring every conversation. If I got emotional, she'd signal it was time for me to leave. If I tried to hold Claire's hand too long, Amber would suggest Mom needed to rest. I was being managed like a disruptive visitor rather than a spouse. Marcus came home and was immediately confused by the setup. Asked why Dad was sleeping in the guest room and why Amber was acting like Mom's gatekeeper. Amber told him the same story she'd told me, that Mom needed caregivers who could handle the situation without emotional overwhelm. Marcus looked at me for confirmation. I didn't know what to say. I tried talking to Claire alone, but it was nearly impossible. Amber was always there. The few times I managed private moments, Claire seemed foggy from medications, distant. She'd repeat that this arrangement was what she wanted, but something about how she said it felt rehearsed, coached. I called Claire's palliative doctor. She confirmed that Claire had signed the care plan designating Amber as primary caregiver. But when I asked if Claire had expressed concerns about my presence causing her anxiety, the doctor was vague. Said that family dynamics become complicated at end of life, that respecting patient wishes was paramount. Did my wife say she was afraid of dying in front of me? I think you should discuss that with Claire directly. But I couldn't discuss anything with Claire directly because our daughter had created a system where I was never alone with my wife. 2 weeks ago, Claire's sister Diane visited. She'd always been close with Claire, talked to her almost daily. When she arrived, she seemed shocked by the setup. Asked why I wasn't in the room with Claire, why Amber was running things like a security guard. Amber explained the care plan, the anxiety, the need for controlled environment. Diane listened, then asked to speak to Claire privately. Amber said Mom was too tired for visits. Diane insisted. They argued until I intervened, said Diane should be allowed to see her sister. After 30 minutes with Claire, Diane came out looking disturbed, asked to talk to me outside. We sat in my car in the driveway. Nathan, something's wrong. Claire seems confused about the care arrangement. She mentioned Amber explaining that this was better for you, that you needed space to process things without the stress of caregiving. But the way Claire's describing it, it sounds like Amber convinced her this was for your benefit, not hers. What do you mean? I asked Claire directly if she was anxious about dying in front of you. She looked confused, said no, that she'd always assumed you'd be there. Then she sort of corrected herself, said maybe Amber was right that it was too much pressure on you. It sounded like she was reciting something rather than expressing her own feelings. I felt cold. You think Amber convinced Claire to exclude me? I think Amber convinced Claire that excluding you was an act of kindness toward you. That Claire signed that care plan thinking she was protecting you from trauma, not because she didn't want you there. I confronted Amber that evening. Asked her directly if she'd manipulated Claire into signing the care plan. She was calm, too calm. I helped Mom see that your presence was making things harder for everyone, including you. You told her I needed space? That's the opposite of what I need. I need to be with my wife. You're falling apart, Dad. Every day you're more of a mess. Mom sees that. It stresses her out. I convinced her that limiting your access would reduce both of your suffering. You convinced her? So this wasn't her idea? It was a collaborative decision. I presented options. She chose this one. Did you tell her I wanted distance? That I needed protection from the stress of caregiving? Amber hesitated. I might have framed it that way. It made it easier for her to accept. You lied to your dying mother to get her to exclude me from her final weeks. I arranged things so Mom's death would be peaceful instead of traumatic. You're too emotional, Dad. You'd make her ending about you. This way she can die with dignity. Dignity? You're keeping me from my wife. Marcus was listening from the hallway. He stepped in, said this whole situation was insane. That regardless of who was struggling, Dad should be with Mom. Amber turned on him, said he'd been at grad school this whole time, hadn't seen how bad things had gotten, didn't get a vote. I went to Claire that night during my designated visiting hours, told her what Diane had said, what Amber had admitted, that the care plan wasn't about her anxiety, it was about Amber's belief that I couldn't handle her death properly. Claire looked at me with tears in her eyes. I thought I was protecting you. Amber said you were breaking down, that being my primary caregiver was destroying you. She showed me a medical article about caregiver burnout, said limiting your involvement would be better for your mental health. I'm not breaking down. I'm grieving. There's a difference. She was very convincing, said you'd never admit you needed help, that it was up to her to protect both of us. Claire, I want to be with you. I want to hold your hand while you die. That's not trauma, that's love. She started crying harder. I've wasted weeks. I thought I was being selfless, giving you space. Amber made it sound like being there for me would damage you permanently. I called the palliative doctor immediately, explained what had happened, that the care plan was based on false pretenses. The doctor came to the house the next morning, met with Claire privately, then emerged saying Claire was revoking the previous care plan, that I would resume as primary caregiver effective immediately. Amber was furious, said I was manipulating Mom, that Claire wasn't thinking clearly, that the pain medications were affecting her judgment. The doctor said Claire was lucid and entitled to change her mind about her care arrangements. You're going to traumatize her, Amber said to me. She'll die watching you fall apart and it'll be your fault. Or she'll die with her husband holding her hand, which is what she actually wanted. Amber moved back to her old bedroom. I returned to sleeping next to Claire's hospital bed. We had 6 more days together before she passed. 6 days where I could hold her hand, talk to her, be present for her final moments. Days that Amber tried to steal by convincing Claire that excluding me was an act of love. Claire died peacefully last Tuesday morning, with me holding her hand and Marcus sitting at the foot of her bed. Amber was in her room, having refused to be present for the actual death. She said later that watching me grieve was too painful, that she'd been trying to spare everyone that pain. After the funeral, Amber and I had it out. She insisted she'd done the right thing, that limiting my access to Claire had been protective even if it was misguided, that her intentions were good even if the execution was flawed. You stole 3 weeks from me. 3 weeks I could have spent with my dying wife. I gave you space to prepare instead of breaking down in front of her. You should be thanking me. Marcus has barely spoken to his sister since this happened. Says what she did was unforgivable, that she robbed both our parents of time together based on her own judgment about what Dad could handle. Amber maintains she was protecting everyone, that sometimes you have to make hard decisions for people who can't make them for themselves. I spent 28 years with Claire. We should have had her final weeks together. Instead, our daughter decided I wasn't strong enough to handle my wife's death and systematically separated us during the most important days of our marriage. She convinced a dying woman that excluding her husband was an act of mercy. The last thing Claire said to me before she died was, "I'm sorry I believed her." She spent her final conscious moments apologizing for trusting our daughter's manipulation instead of trusting our marriage. Should I forgive Amber for what she did? She's my daughter and she's grieving too. But every time I think about those 3 weeks I lost, about Claire dying thinking she was protecting me from trauma I didn't need protection from, I feel rage I don't know how to process. My family staged a fake emergency to get me to miss my graduation ceremony. I'm Patricia, 45. Went back to school 4 years ago to finish the bachelor's degree I'd abandoned when I got pregnant at 22. It was hard balancing full-time work, online classes, and family obligations. My husband Greg, 47, and our 3 kids, Tyler, 23, Madison, 19, and Olivia, 16, all said they supported my decision to go back, that they were proud of me for pursuing my education after all these years. The graduation ceremony was scheduled for last Saturday. I'd been looking forward to it for months, had my cap and gown ready, invited extended family. This was a huge accomplishment for me, something I'd worked toward for 4 years while managing everything else. Greg said he'd be there, the kids said they'd come. My parents were driving 6 hours to attend. Friday night, the evening before graduation, I was at the hotel near campus with my parents. The ceremony was at 10 Saturday morning. Around 8 p.m., Tyler called. He was crying, said there'd been an accident, that Madison had been in a car crash, was in the hospital. They didn't know how bad it was yet, but I needed to come immediately. I panicked, asked which hospital. Tyler said St. Michael's, about 40 minutes from our house, 2 hours from where I was. I told him I'd leave right away. My mother said she'd come with me, that Dad would stay at the hotel in case we made it back in time for the ceremony. I drove those 2 hours shaking, calling Greg repeatedly. He wasn't answering. Called Olivia, no answer. Just Tyler, who kept saying Madison was stable but asking for me, that I needed to get there soon. He wouldn't give me details about the accident, just kept saying to hurry. When I got to St. Michael's emergency room, Tyler was in the waiting area. I ran to him asking where Madison was, what happened. He looked uncomfortable, wouldn't meet my eyes. Then Greg appeared from around the corner, not frantic, not upset, just standing there looking guilty. There was no accident, I said slowly, understanding flooding in. Was there? Tyler shook his head. We're sorry, Mom. We had to get you here. Why? Greg stepped forward. Because you were going to miss Madison's awards ceremony. It's this morning at 9. She's getting the top academic scholarship at her college. We knew you'd choose your graduation over her ceremony if you knew about both. I stared at him, at Tyler, trying to process what they'd done. They'd fabricated a car accident, made me believe my daughter was injured, drove me 2 hours in the middle of the night away from my graduation, all to force me to attend Madison's ceremony instead. My graduation is at 10. Madison's ceremony is at 9. They don't conflict. They're an hour apart, Greg said. Your ceremony would make you late to Madison's. We couldn't risk you choosing yours over hers. So you made me think she was dying? We said accident. You assumed the worst. We needed you here, Patricia. Madison needs her mother at her ceremony. This scholarship is a big deal. My graduation is a big deal. I've worked 4 years for this. Greg's face hardened. You've had 23 years to finish your degree. Madison only gets 1 scholarship ceremony. Your priorities should be obvious. I looked at Tyler, who'd been the one to call me crying about the fake accident. You were okay with this? Lying to me like that? Mom, Madison deserves to have you there. She's worked really hard. We knew you'd put yourself first if we didn't make you come. Put myself first? I've put everyone else first for 23 years. That's why I'm finishing my degree at 45 instead of 22. My mother had been quiet, but she finally spoke. Patricia, let's go back to the hotel. Your graduation is in 12 hours. We can still make it. Greg blocked the exit. You're here now. Madison's ceremony is in less than 12 hours. Just stay. Your graduation doesn't matter as much as being there for your daughter. My graduation doesn't matter? I've spent 4 years working toward this while supporting all of you. Tyler's graduation, Madison's high school graduation, Olivia's dance recitals. I was at everything. But my accomplishment doesn't matter? It's not that it doesn't matter, Greg said, frustrated. It's that you have to prioritize. Madison's scholarship ceremony is more important. Madison herself appeared then, looking confused. What's going on? Tyler said there was an emergency. I looked at my 19-year-old daughter. Did you know about this? Did you know they were going to fake an accident to get me here? She looked at her father. Dad said we needed to make sure you didn't miss my ceremony. I didn't know how he was going to do it. But you knew he was planning something. I wanted you there, Mom. You've missed stuff before because of school. I didn't want you to miss this. I've never missed anything important. I scheduled my classes around your activities. I've been at every event that mattered to you. But you've been distracted. Always studying, always stressed about assignments. It's like school became more important than us. School became a priority because I was trying to build a better future. That doesn't mean you weren't important. Greg put his hand on my arm. You're here now. Let's just move forward. Stay for Madison's ceremony. We can all be a family. Your graduation is just a formality anyway. You already have the degree. The ceremony doesn't matter. I pulled my arm away. The ceremony matters to me. It's recognition of 4 years of work. It's walking across that stage and getting my diploma in front of my parents, who never got to see me graduate the first time because I was pregnant. It matters. It matters less than Madison, Greg said flatly. My mother took my hand. Patricia, get in the car. We're going back. Greg stepped in front of her. She's staying. We brought her here for Madison. You brought her here with lies and manipulation, my mother said, voice cold. My daughter has a graduation ceremony in 12 hours, and we're leaving now. Tyler moved to block the door with his father. Madison was crying now, saying she needed me at her ceremony. Olivia appeared from somewhere, joining the family blockade trying to keep me from leaving. If you walk out that door, Greg said, you're choosing yourself over your family. Madison will know you picked your graduation over her scholarship ceremony. You're making me choose by creating a false conflict. Madison's ceremony is at 9. Mine is at 10. I could attend both if you'd told me the truth. Not really. Madison's ceremony runs long. You'd have to leave early to make yours. That's disrespectful to her accomplishments. And making me miss mine entirely isn't disrespectful to my accomplishments? I left. My mother and I walked past my husband and children out to the parking lot, got in the car. Greg followed us out, yelling that I was being selfish, that Madison was devastated. Madison was standing in the hospital entrance crying. Tyler was filming on his phone. Olivia was yelling that I was a terrible mother. We drove back to the hotel. I didn't sleep. Kept thinking about my family creating a fake emergency, driving me 2 hours, trying to physically prevent me from leaving. All to force me to miss my graduation. Saturday morning, I walked across that stage. My parents were there cheering. Greg sent a text during the ceremony. Madison's crushed. Hope you're happy. Attached was a photo of Madison at her ceremony, crying, with an empty seat labeled Mom's Seat. She chose herself. They'd literally labeled a seat to shame me, put a sign on it indicating I'd chosen not to attend, made my absence part of Madison's ceremony narrative. After my graduation, my parents took me to lunch. My phone was exploding with messages. Tyler had posted the video from the hospital parking lot with a caption about me abandoning the family. Madison posted the photo of the empty seat, saying, This is what choosing yourself over your children looks like. Greg posted a long essay about sacrifice and parenting and how some people never learn to put family first. I was being villainized on social media by my own family for attending my graduation. My aunt called. One of the few family members not at either ceremony. She'd seen the posts, asked for my side of the story. I explained everything. The fake accident, the 2-hour drive, the attempt to physically prevent me from leaving. She was horrified. They manipulated you. That's not okay, Patricia. That's actually kind of abusive. I hadn't thought of it in those terms, but she was right. They'd created a fake emergency, caused me tremendous distress, tried to trap me somewhere against my will, because they'd decided Madison's ceremony was more important than mine. I called Madison directly. She answered but was cold. Said I'd embarrassed her in front of everyone at her ceremony, that people asked why her mother wasn't there, and she had to explain I'd chosen my own graduation over her scholarship ceremony. They're at the same time. I couldn't attend both. You could have attended mine and skipped yours. Your graduation isn't that important. You're 45, not 22. Everyone there is half your age anyway. It must have been embarrassing. That hurt more than anything else. My own daughter mocking my age, implying I was too old to celebrate academic achievement, suggesting I should be embarrassed for finishing my degree as an adult rather than proud. Greg called an hour later, said I'd made my choice, that he and the kids needed time away from me, that I'd shown where my priorities were, and they needed to decide if they could accept having a wife and mother who was this selfish. Selfish? I've sacrificed everything for 23 years. And the one time we asked you to sacrifice something for Madison, you refused. That tells us everything we need to know. He hung up. My mother was sitting across from me at the restaurant, watching this unfold. She said quietly, "You did nothing wrong. They tried to manipulate you and you didn't let them. That's healthy. But it doesn't feel healthy. It feels like my family decided my accomplishments don't matter. That 4 years of work, of balancing school and family and job, culminating in a graduation ceremony I'd been anticipating for months, was less important than my daughter's 1-hour scholarship presentation." Tyler posted another video today. Him and Madison and Olivia talking about how their mother prioritized herself over family. How they'd tried everything to make me understand what mattered, but I'd chosen my ego over Madison's achievements. The video has thousands of views. People commenting that I'm selfish and terrible. Nobody knows they created a fake accident to manipulate me. I've been staying with my parents since Saturday. Can't face going home to Greg and having this fight in person. My boss asked if everything was okay because she'd seen some of the social media posts from my kids. I explained briefly. She said what my family did sounded like emotional abuse, that she was concerned for me. Madison texted this morning, said if I wanted to repair our relationship, I needed to publicly apologize for missing her ceremony and acknowledge that I was wrong to prioritize myself. That she deserves a mother who puts her children first, and if I can't be that person, maybe we need distance. She's 19 years old, giving me ultimatums about apologizing for attending my own graduation. Greg has apparently convinced all 3 kids that I'm the villain here, that wanting to walk across the stage after 4 years of work was selfish and harmful. Should I apologize to keep peace with my family, even though I did nothing wrong? Should I explain publicly what really happened and risk further damaging my relationships with my children? Or should I accept that my family doesn't value my achievements and focus on building a life where my accomplishments matter? My family held a funeral for me while I was alive to see how people really felt. I'm Daniel, 49. Been feeling disconnected from my family lately. My wife Sharon, 47, and I have been married 24 years. We have 3 kids, Rachel, 22, Connor, 19, and Lily, 16. Over the past year, I've sensed a distance growing. Conversations feel perfunctory. Family dinners are quiet. When I try to engage, I get short responses or people looking at their phones. I chalked it up to normal family evolution, kids getting older, everyone busy with their own lives. Last month, Sharon suggested I take a weekend trip with my brother. Said I'd been stressed with work, that some time away would be good for me. My brother lives 3 hours away, was happy to host me for a long weekend. I thought it was thoughtful of Sharon to arrange it, showed she was paying attention to my stress levels even if we'd been distant. I left Friday afternoon, spent the weekend with my brother fishing and watching basketball. It was nice, relaxing, exactly what Sharon said I needed. I kept my phone mostly off, just checking occasionally for emergencies. A few texts from Sharon saying things at home were fine, to enjoy myself. I came home Sunday evening around 6, pulled into the driveway and noticed a lot of cars parked on our street. Figured maybe Sharon was hosting something, one of the kids having friends over. But when I walked in the front door, I froze. Our living room was full of people. My parents, Sharon's parents, my siblings, cousins, friends from work, neighbors. Everyone dressed in dark clothes. My wedding photo was displayed on an easel surrounded by flowers. There was a table with more photos of me from throughout my life, and in the center of the room, people were standing around talking in hushed, somber tones. It looked like a funeral reception. For me. While I was standing in the doorway, very much alive. Sharon saw me first. Her face went pale. Then my mother noticed and gasped. One by one, people turned and stared at me in shock. Complete silence fell over the room. "What's going on?" I asked. Nobody answered at first. Finally, my daughter Rachel spoke. "Dad, you weren't supposed to be back until tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Sharon said Sunday night. Sharon stepped forward looking panicked. "Daniel, I can explain." "Explain what? Why does this look like my funeral?" My father cleared his throat. "We can discuss this privately, son." "No, everyone's here. Someone tell me what this is." Connor, my 19-year-old, spoke up. His voice was defensive. "It was a living funeral. We wanted to see what people would say about you if you weren't here, to understand how you're really perceived." I looked around the room. The flowers, the photos, the somber atmosphere. "You held a funeral for me? While I'm alive? Without telling me?" "It was Mom's idea," Lily added quietly. "She said you've been feeling like nobody appreciates you, so she wanted to hear what people
Really think without you in the room to make them uncomfortable. Sharon found her voice.
"Daniel, you've been so down lately, talking about feeling invisible in your own family. I thought if we gathered everyone and they shared their real feelings about you, I could record it and show you later. Prove that people care more than you think." I stood there trying to process. My family had staged my funeral, invited everyone I knew, created this elaborate setup to record people's unfiltered opinions about me, without my knowledge or consent, while I was conveniently sent away on a trip specifically so this could happen. "Where are the recordings?" Sharon hesitated. "In the study. But Daniel, maybe we should talk first." I walked past her to the study, found her laptop open with several video files, clicked the first one. It showed our living room from an elevated angle, camera hidden somewhere high up, people milling around, talking. I turned up the volume. My mother's voice. "Daniel's always been so serious. Even as a child, no sense of humor. Hard to connect with someone so rigid." My best friend Tom. "He's a good guy, but exhausting to be around. Always needs validation. Always talking about work stress. Sometimes I avoid his calls." Sharon's sister. "Sharon deserves credit for staying married to him. He's so self-absorbed, doesn't notice what anyone else needs." Connor on camera. "Dad's fine, I guess. He tries too hard, though. Always asking about my life when I just want space. It's suffocating." I clicked through more videos, an hour of people saying things they'd never say to my face. My father calling me disappointing. Rachel saying I was emotionally needy. Coworkers calling me difficult and overly sensitive. Neighbors saying I was unfriendly and standoffish. Person after person describing versions of me I didn't recognize. Sharon appeared in the doorway. Daniel, you have to understand the context. The context is you staged my funeral so people would feel comfortable criticizing me. Then you plan to show me the recordings as what? Proof that people care? Proof that their honest feelings are more nuanced than you think. That even when they're critical, they still show up for you. They showed up for a fake funeral. They thought I was dead. Sharon admitted she'd sent everyone messages saying I died suddenly, heart attack while on a trip. That the funeral reception was immediate family only, but they wanted to gather everyone to share memories. People had believed I was actually dead when they showed up. You told everyone I died. You made my mother think her son was dead so you could record her criticizing me. She didn't know she was being recorded. Nobody did. That was the point, to get unfiltered reactions. I went back to the living room. Everyone was still there, looking guilty and uncomfortable. I addressed the room. How many of you thought I was actually dead when you came here? Most hands went up. My mother was crying. My father looked angry but wouldn't meet my eyes. And you all felt comfortable criticizing me because you thought I'd never hear it? My friend Tom spoke up. Daniel, man, we didn't know we were being recorded. Sharon said this was a safe space to process grief and be honest. So you'd never have said those things to my face? Silence. That's what I thought. Thank you all for coming to my living funeral. You can leave now. People started filing out, awkward and embarrassed. My parents tried to approach me. I told them to go. Sharon's parents apologized, said they'd thought this was a bizarre idea, but Sharon insisted it would help our marriage. Within 20 minutes, the house was empty except for my immediate family. Sharon, Rachel, Connor, and Lily stood in the living room with me. The flowers and photos were still set up, my own face staring back at me from the memorial display my family had created. Start talking, I said. Sharon explained she'd been planning this for a month, that I'd been complaining about feeling unappreciated, like people just tolerated me rather than actually caring. She thought if she could gather everyone's honest feelings, even the critical ones, I'd see that people engaged with me enough to have complex opinions, that criticism meant people cared enough to notice my flaws. That's insane logic, Sharon. You made people think I died, recorded them criticizing my memory, and planned to show me as evidence they care? I was going to edit it, show you the good parts, the moments where people shared positive memories. You'd see that even the people who find you difficult still showed up, still had things to say. What good parts? I watched 3 videos and they were all negative. Rachel interjected. There were some nice things said. Grandpa talked about teaching you to fish. Tom mentioned you helped him through his divorce. Mrs. Henderson from next door said you always shoveled her driveway in winter. But you also recorded all the criticism, things people would never say to my face. Because we wanted honesty, Connor said. You're always asking if people really like you, if we're just tolerating you. This was a way to find out what they honestly think. I looked at my 3 children. They all seemed to genuinely believe this made sense. That staging a funeral and recording people's unfiltered negative opinions was a reasonable response to their father's insecurity about relationships. Did any of you think this might be hurtful? That hearing dozens of people criticize me might make me feel worse, not better? Lily, my youngest, started crying. I told Mom it was mean. She said you needed tough love, to hear reality so you could improve. Improve what? Sharon had clearly thought this through. She had a list of things people had mentioned. I was too serious, too needy for validation, talked about work too much, didn't listen well, was emotionally unavailable while simultaneously too sensitive. She'd been cataloging criticisms to present to me as areas for growth. This was an intervention disguised as a funeral. This was a reality check disguised as a memorial, Sharon corrected. You've been spiraling into self-pity about nobody appreciating you. I wanted to show you that people have opinions, both good and bad, but they all showed up. That means something. It means they thought I died. They came out of obligation to a dead man, not appreciation for a living one. I asked Sharon to send me all the video files. She hesitated, said maybe I shouldn't watch them all, that some were particularly harsh. I insisted. She transferred everything to my phone. Hours of footage from multiple cameras hidden around the house. My entire social circle critiquing me at my fake funeral. I'd been staying at a hotel for the past week, watching the videos. Some parts are as bad as the first clips I saw. Other parts are more nuanced. People do share positive memories mixed with the criticisms. But the overall picture is devastating. I'm seen as difficult, needy, self-absorbed, rigid. Even people who claim to love me find me exhausting. My brother called after hearing what happened. He was furious, said Sharon's plan was cruel and manipulative, that if I had legitimate insecurity about relationships, the solution wasn't to confirm my worst fears by recording people's criticisms. But part of me wonders if Sharon was right, if this was brutal honesty I needed to hear. I've been going through life thinking people liked me, that I was a good husband and father and friend. These videos show a different reality. Maybe I am too needy, too serious, too focused on myself. Maybe this was tough love I needed, even if the delivery was traumatic. Sharon wants me to come home, says we can go through the videos together and use them as a roadmap for improvement. Rachel texted that the whole thing got out of hand, but the core intention was good. Connor said I'm proving everyone right by being too sensitive about this. Only Lily has apologized, saying Mom's plan was wrong and she should never have agreed to it. My therapist, who I started seeing after this happened, says what my family did was psychologically abusive, that staging a funeral and recording criticisms isn't tough love, it's cruelty, that I should be angry, not contemplating whether they were right. But I can't stop watching the videos, can't stop analyzing every criticism to see if it's valid. My mother calling me rigid. Am I too inflexible? Tom saying I need validation. Do I seek approval too much? Sharon's sister calling me self-absorbed. Have I been neglecting my wife's needs? The photos from my funeral are still up in the house. Sharon says she'll take them down when I come home. My wedding photo on an easel surrounded by flowers, like I actually died. My children standing in a room full of people who came to mourn me, recording their honest feelings
For later review.
Should I believe the criticisms and work on improving myself? Should I divorce Sharon for orchestrating something this cruel? Or should I accept that maybe my family saw problems I couldn't see and used extreme methods to make me face reality? And how do I ever look my mother in the eye again, knowing she thought I was dead and her first instinct was to call me disappointing?